seat, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back to Department 1, People versus Robert Durst. Mr. Durst is present with Mr. DeGuerin and Mr. Chesnoff. Council table, Mr. Henderson and Mr. Balian, Mr. Miata, Mr. Milius, and Mr. Lewin also are present for the people. All jurors and alternates have returned to the courtroom. It seems that you're continuing with the video testimony of Stewart Altman.
Mr. Ray is present.
Pardon me? Oh, Mr. Ray, good morning. Mr. Ray is present also. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, we can pick up where we left off. It's 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 30 seconds into the video. On the transcript, it's toward the end. I believe it's page 66. Video is turned itself off. What page number? 66.
Robert Durst, Mr. Durst is present. Counsel, you represented Ms. Baldwin's present. The witness is aware. Mr. Altman, you remain under oath and you may sign the examination.
Mr. Altman, I want to go back to the time that Mr. Durst was incarcerated in Pennsylvania prior to his trial in Texas. Do you remember that time?
Yes.
Have you ever told Mr. Altman any mediators during entertainment that the defense in the Galveston case was manufactured?
No.
Did you attend the trial in Galveston?
I was there for 5 years.
Did you sit with the attorney or did you sit in the audience?
Second,
What's that?
right behind the
In the audience?
the road reserved for attorneys.
So did you sit in an attorney,
It was behind the bar.
an attorney section or in an audience section?
It was behind the bar. Reserved seats for attorneys.
Okay, so you sat in an area that was reserved for attorneys.
Yes.
I want to talk about your calls in New Orleans to Mr. Durst. Did you know those calls were being taped and monitored?
I knew there was, I heard it was a warning from the, and I received a call, and it was a pre-recorded message.
And Mr. Altman, you had experience directly with having your call monitored to Mr. Durst when he was in Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware, because there had been extensive litigation about the fact that those Pennsylvania calls were recorded, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that when Mr. Durst went into the Louisiana jail, even before you heard a recording, you knew from your experience, both with Mr. Durst and as a criminal defense attorney, that jail calls are monitored, correct?
It said they were subject to monitoring. That's what the announcement said.
That's not what I asked you. Let me list my question again.
Hopefully that's permanent.
Can we rewind it about 10 seconds?
Yeah.
I'm going to resume at 3:09:45.
All right.
The fact that those Pennsylvania calls were recorded, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that when Mr. Durst went into the Louisiana jail, even before you heard a recording, you knew from your experience, both with Mr. Durst and as a criminal defense attorney, that jail calls are monitored, correct?
They say they were subject to monitoring. That's what the announcement said.
It's not what I asked you. Let me list my question again. Given your experience with Mr. Durst in Pennsylvania, and also given your history doing criminal defense work, prior to even hearing a warning on the New Orleans calls, did you expect that any conversation was going to be recorded?
I expected that.
What's that?
I expected for the call to be recorded, but I did notify them that I was an attorney and I didn't expect them to keep those calls.
I'm gonna get to that. You started talking to Mr. Durst in Pennsylvania months. I'm sorry, to talk to Mr. Durst in New Orleans months before any effort at notification was made. Is that correct?
I did tell them orally when I went to the jail that I was an attorney for Bob Durst, and I told them that I would be getting phone calls from him, and I expected them to respect privilege.
When did you do that?
First day I went down there to visit him.
So you're telling me, nothing in writing?
No, not until September.
So you're telling me, Mr. Altman, that on an issue of whether or not your calls were going to be recorded to your client in a murder case, that you simply made an oral request and didn't document anything in writing?
Right.
Does that sound, Mr. Altman, like the kind of work that you would expect would be done to safeguard such an important privilege?
Did I expect that kind of behavior? I don't know.
As you sit here, Mr. Altman, does it sound like effective work for you? That it was enough for you to simply give an oral statement to somebody in a jail that you didn't want anything recorded and not get something in writing?
No.
And in fact, Mr. Altman, you were familiar from your work with other defendants, correct, as to how jail monitoring works, correct?
In every state or every city, it seems to be different.
But you were aware, Mr. Altman, correct, that the process that you knew had to happen was you give something in writing to the jail, and you give something in writing to the phone company, and you make sure that the jail is communicating with the phone company, correct?
I should have done that, I guess.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Altman, based on your 49 years of practice as to what the process is?
No, I don't have an understanding of what the process is. If I knew the process at that time, I would follow it.
So you thought that it was sufficient for you to simply make an oral comment to the jail in Louisiana and not get anything in writing.
Right.
As you sit here today, do you believe, Mr. Altman, that that was a sufficiently effective way for you to assert that right?
No.
Are you aware, Mr. Altman, as you sit here, that if your conversations with Bob Durst can be characterized as attorney-client conversations, that they will not be able to be used, assuming there's a waiver? Are you aware of that?
So there's no way.
Assuming there's no waiver. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So as you sit here, would you agree that as Mr. Durst's friend, you have a motivation to try and make sure, if possible, that those calls are not able to be used against him in this proceeding? Would you agree?
As his attorney and as his friend, yes.
I didn't ask you as his attorney, I said as his
I
friend.
can't answer the way you want me to. I'm telling you how I do it.
Are you aware that your wife testified about a letter she says that she sent to NCIC in September of 2015?
Yes.
Are you the one that dictated that letter?
I was given some help in getting that letter
By who?
by Chris Garcia.
Chris Garcia is one of Mr. Durst's attorneys, correct?
Gave me the name and address of the people to contact.
Mr. Altman, isn't it true that you were told by representatives of the Durst team that I had informed them months earlier that calls are being recorded, and that, you know what, if you were going to try to have privileged communications, that you needed to have set up that privilege through the jail and the phone company? What were you told?
Don't go in.
So, were you made aware that I had been the one to let the defense know that their calls were being recorded?
No.
The letter that your wife sent, that was sent at your instruction, correct?
Yes.
Did you instruct her to send the letter certified?
Yes.
And why would you send it certified?
I have proof of mailing.
Because it's going to be very important that you want to make sure they receive that letter, correct?
Yes.
And did you also instruct in the letter that they give you a response in writing?
No.
And
I don't recall.
put it up.
Want to read it to me?
Oh, sure, I'll give it to you. Let me get the letter. While we're doing that, do you have the certified proof that you sent in registered mail?
No.
Mr. Altman, you're talking about privileged materials, confidential communications allegedly involving your client, correct?
Correct.
You've been a lawyer 49 years, and you're telling me that you instruct your wife to send this letter certified, and then you don't put the proof of that certification in a file?
Correct.
Mr. Altman, would you agree that the only proof we have that you ever sent that letter would be the testimony of you and your wife? Would you agree?
Yes.
Mark Peoples, next in order.
Next in order is 44.
Let's put this up. I want you to look, the part that I'm concerned about is it says, please acknowledge such to be in writing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you ever get anything back in writing?
No.
So, yeah, this People's 44, this is the letter that was sent by your wife allegedly, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Altman, is it your testimony that you believe that as soon as you sent that letter, whether there was any acknowledgement that it was received, whether a copy was sent to the jail itself, that as soon as you sent that letter, at that point in time, you had an expectation of privacy that your calls would not be monitored?
I had an expectation of privacy from day one.
Mr. Altman, if you believe that your calls were not being monitored and that you had an expectation of privacy, you wouldn't have a need to send that letter or to notify the jail not to record your calls, correct?
No.
Tell me how that's not correct, Mr. Altman.
I was trying to dot all the i's and cross all the t's.
Well, if you're trying to dot all the i's and cross all the t's, Mr. Altman, you're sending a letter approximately April, May, June, 6 months after Mr. Durst has gone into custody. You send a registered letter. Do you send a registered letter to the jail?
No.
Did you check with the jail's policy regarding whether or not they required you to send a letter to them?
No.
Mr. Altman, let me ask you, does it make sense to you, think about this, that a defendant's lawyer would be able to send a letter to the phone company without the involvement of the jail saying, don't record these calls on that authority alone? Does that make sense to you with 49 years of practice?
I told them in person that I was one father, one of the wrong person. They had it. They written that down. I saw them write it into their notes in their books.
Let me ask you again, Mr. Altman. Would you agree that by simply sending a letter to the phone company from a criminal defendant with nothing from the jail itself, would you agree that there's no phone company in the world that you are aware of that would ever stop monitoring simply on that request? Do you agree?
No.
So, Mr. Altman, I want to give you the following hypothetical, given your 49 years in office. I'm a defense attorney who represents a drug cartel member. And I decide I don't want my calls monitored. So I send a letter to the phone company on my letterhead, the defense attorney, saying, you know what? Don't record those calls. Mr. Altman, are you telling me that you believe, reasonably, that a phone company, on the instruction of a defendant's lawyer, is going to not record calls?
Yes.
And I know that's what you thought originally. As you sit here today and you think about it, does that sound reasonable to you?
It sounded reasonable to me. Obviously, they didn't act that way.
I'm asking you, as you sit here today, does it sound reasonable, Mr. Altman, that a criminal defense attorney should be able to send a letter to a phone company that monitors jail calls saying, on my authority, do not record these calls? Does that sound reasonable to you sit here today?
20/20 hindsight. Today, it doesn't look like I didn't know.
Okay. And Mr. Altman, once you sent the letter, do you agree that it's sent registered mail so that you can later on be able to document they received it?
Yes.
Can you explain any way, shape, or form how it is that you don't have in your file for this case a copy of that registered information, the fact that it was received? You requested a written response, correct?
I did not get a response.
You requested a written response, Mr. Altman, because as a lawyer, you understood that you wanted to make sure that not only they received your letter, but that they were following through with what you were requesting, correct?
Correct.
So is it your testimony to this court that you believe that once you sent a registered letter with no proof of registration and requesting a written response that you never got, that you thought right at that point you had done what was necessary to safeguard that those calls were not being monitored? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Where is the signed copy I assume you signed a copy, correct?
Yes.
Referring to people supporting for it.
Do you know where that is?
No.
Where's a copy that has your letterhead on it?
I don't know.
Do you know if your letterhead was even on what was sent?
Yes.
How do you know?
The office practice.
It's the office practice, isn't it, to send things certified and keep receipts, correct? Yes or no?
The office practice is to keep receipt, yes.
Is it the office practice to document when you're sending important letters regarding the monitoring of your client?
I don't understand the question.
Is it the office practice to document in your file that you have sent a letter requesting a written response?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that those are two practices in this case that your office did not follow?
Correct.
And I just want to make sure, Mr. Altman, is it your testimony under oath and potentially, Mr. Altman, with the potential issue of perjury, that you are telling this court that you sent this letter, you or your wife, that it was sent on or about September 14, 2015, to the jail certified?
We sent the letter. Yes, we sent the letter.
Mr. Altman, did you discuss on June 1st, 2015, at 8:20 p.m. in a call to the New Orleans jail with Mr. Durst, his efforts to manipulate and curry sympathy with the potential jury pool in this case?
Okay, this is 44, 45.
45, SA 002, June 1st, 2015, 8:20.
You saw me on a newsreel or saw me on something, a TV channel or something, and you said that I didn't...
Yeah, right, I said, you were, when they picked you up in New Orleans, they were writing all sorts of good things, and they had a big... Yeah, right, I said, you were, when they picked you up in New Orleans, they were writing all sorts of good things, and they had a picture of you when you were at the candy store, CVS, whatever it was, in Houston. They had a picture of you when you first got arrested in New Orleans, going to your arraignment. They had one of them sort of had the hair, another one's hair was like really short. You could almost see the sun in their head.
Yeah, I was doing it on purpose, and then I decided...
That's what I figured. I think you were showing people that you had something in your head.
Yes.
You're pretty smart, Bobby. You're very smart.
But you figured out exactly what I was doing. I was hoping I would get help. Go easy on me, I was so sick.
That was your voice of Mr. Durst, correct?
Correct.
And that was Mr. Durst, and you discussing Mr. Durst telling you that he had deliberately made his hair short so his shunt would show and people would feel sorry for him, correct?
He said,
And that was you telling him, you're pretty smart, Bobby, you're pretty smart. Correct?
that was me.
Let's talk about your jail visits when Bob Durst was in Pennsylvania and New Orleans. Would your wife also visit on occasion in both Pennsylvania and New Orleans?
Yes.
When you and your wife would visit Bob Durst in jail in Louisiana, when I say New Orleans, I mean Louisiana, so are we clear? Any of the facilities in Louisiana, do you understand that?
We're clear.
And primarily you saw him at Coleman Nelson, is that correct?
Correct.
So when I say Louisiana, I want you to assume I'm referring to Coleman Nelson. Do you understand that? when you and your wife would visit, you two, meaning you and Bob Durst, would meet separately. Your wife would not be in the same room, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, that's because you were allowed to have contact visits with Mr. Durst in an attorney room. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did not designate for those visits your wife as your legal secretary so that she could accompany you on those visits, correct?
I did not designate.
And in fact, your wife would instead see Mr. Durst in the normal public area, correct?
That's correct.
And she would sign in as a friend, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware, Mr. Altman, that if you wanted to have attorney-client conversations between your wife and Mr. Durst, that they needed to be done in the attorney room, correct?
Correct.
So you were aware that any conversation that Mr. Durst had with Emily Altman that was not in the attorney room was going to be monitored, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that those monitor visits were not privileged, correct?
Correct.
Why was it that you didn't have Emily Altman strike that? Would you agree, Mr. Altman, that the purpose for your wife going down there and talk to Bob Durst was not in service to him as your client, but as her friend?
She also assisted me with my legal work.
Well, if she was assisting you with your legal work,
Not during the visits, sir.
so let me explain again. When Mrs. Altman would go down there to visit Bob Durst, she was visiting him as a friend, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Altman, did you pick up tapes that you later discovered were Bob Durst practicing his testimony and delivered those tapes at dinner charity while Mr. Durst was in Pennsylvania?
I never delivered any tapes with Deborah. I did take tapes.
Did you deliver tapes to your wife Emily to give to Deborah?
I just stored the tapes.
Did you listen to the tapes first?
I can't remember what was on the tapes, but it was Bob practicing his testimony.
Did you listen to the tapes?
I said I heard him practicing his testimony.
I want to please play SA005. This is a call from
46A and 46.
SA005. January 9, 2002. 25 minutes.
You know, Dr. Making a story? Yeah, to tell you a little bit more, it sounds age-wise, it's like now 100% believable. Oh, you believe me? Yes. And the tone of my voice sounds sincere. Yes. You know, Dr. Making a story? Yeah, to tell you a little bit more, it sounds age-wise, it's like now 100% believable. Oh, you believe me? Yes. And the tone of my voice sounds sincere. Yes. That's what I want to know about, those type of things. That's what I'm doing it like now, like someone who's describing this situation. Yes. Well, only you and Stewart, you know, and I knew this with. You know what I'm saying? Yes. But don't you see how important that is to agree and know that? Yeah, but I think that is a risk. But leaving out the risk, don't you think it's good for me to know that you and Stewart say, yes, you sound the way you should sound? Well, then that helps me.
Mr. Altman, were you involved, to the best of your memory, either yourself or through Emily, with picking up tapes from Bob Durst and delivering them to Deborah Sheraton?
No.
Do you recognize Bob's voice?
Yes.
Do you recognize Deborah Sheraton's voice?
Yes.
Or SA007, called January 11, 2002.
47, eh?
Thank you, Your Honor. At 1995.
So Stewart coming tomorrow, you know he's going to leave in 5 minutes. She told me. Stewart told me that she's not going to get paid.
Did you tell Mr. Durst that Emily had stopped by to pick up the tape?
I don't recall the conversation. No.
Did you, in fact, end up getting those tapes at some point from Emily or from Deborah Sheraton?
I told her not the tapes. I listened to them and destroyed them.
Have you ever, when Emily was met with Bob Durst, have you ever specifically assigned her a legal order saying, Emily, this is what you're supposed to be doing legally while you're meeting with Bob?
The meetings that she had with Bob, when? More specific? At jail?
Yes.
At the jail, she didn't meet with Bob privately. She met, as was discussed before, in the public section.
You've had a chance, are you familiar with the phone calls between Bob Durst and your wife Emily while he was incarcerated in Louisiana?
No.
You have not discussed any of those calls with your wife Emily?
No, I didn't discuss the call.
Have you discussed Emily's calls with any of the lawyers representing Mr. Durst?
It was my own words, that's all.
Okay. And specifically, did that discussion about those calls with your lawyer happen after Emily Altman testified?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that you have never listened to any of the phone calls involving Bob and Emily?
Yes.
Is it correct, Mr. Altman, that the way that it would generally work when Bob Durst would call you while he was incarcerated in Louisiana is he never spoke to the two of you at the same time, correct?
Correct.
He would speak to one of you, and then he would speak to the other one, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that those were separate conversations?
Yes.
And would you agree, Mr. Altman, that the conversations that your wife Emily was having with Mr. Durst on the phone, in those conversations that did not involve you, were not pursuant to your representation of Mr. Durst?
No.
Did you ever instruct your wife Emily Altman to specifically discuss attorney-client matters, specific issues on these calls with Bob Durst?
No.
Are you aware, Mr. Altman, that these calls consist of long discussions between Emily Altman and Bob Durst regarding things like their health? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware that on these calls at times, Emily would say that she loves Bob and misses him?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Altman, that any conversations about such personal matters would not be pursuant to your attorney-client relationship with him?
Yes.
Would you also agree, Mr. Altman, that you would never have your legal secretary talking to your client without you being involved, other than for ministerial functions?
No.
Please explain your answer.
I'm not going to go into what I do with my clients. I'm sorry.
But we have a recess so far report. Let's not forget who's working very well. So we're back in session, and Mr. Durst is here with his lawyers. People represented, Mr. Altman is present with his lawyers. You remain under oath. You continue your examination.
Your Honor, before we begin, we marked as a 45 video clip, but now no corresponding transcript. We marked as 45 days, no corresponding transcript.
Yes.
Mr. Altman, did you discuss on the Dateline episode that aired on 3/19/2015, did you make the following comment about all good things? Bob liked that movie, and that's why he got involved with Direct.
Yes.
And I'm talking about non-privileged communications with Bob Durst. So with that proviso, have you spoken to Mr. Durst about the movie All Good Things?
I have, yes.
And in fact, did Mr. Durst tell you that he liked the movie?
Yes.
And in speaking to Mr. Durst at the time, was it Mr. Durst's understanding that that movie was basically saying that he had either himself personally murdered or had murdered 3 people?
No, he liked the fact that Ryan Gosling was playing him.
I can understand that. I can understand that, but I can tell you, your comment was not he liked the fact Ryan Gosling was playing him. Your comment was he liked the movie, correct?
Yes.
And that was despite the fact, am I correct, Mr. Altman, that the movie depicted Mr. Durst as having personally murdered or had murdered 3 people, correct?
No, I'm not going to answer that question that way. I can't.
Are you invoking attorney-client privilege?
No, I'm just saying that that's not what he said to me.
So tell me what he said.
He said he liked the movie.
Well, Mr. Altman, did he tell you, you know what? I like the fact Ryan Gosling played me, but I'm a little upset that the movie says I murdered 3 people.
That's the only thing I'm trying to do. Really, I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Let's talk about the BD story. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall you and your wife meeting with Andrew Jurek on or about January 20, 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall after that meeting, you and your wife calling Mr. Jurek about the box of material that Bob Durst had sent you?
I never called him.
Are you aware that your wife called Mr. Jurek? What do you know about this box of materials?
Nothing.
Did you ever look at them?
No.
Do you agree that they were sent to your wife by Bob Durst?
Some of the contents were.
Do you agree, Mr. Altman, that it is your understanding that Mr. Durst instructed that those materials be given to Andrew Jurek?
It was my understanding that she was under the impression that he told her to give directly all the things she had.
And was it also your understanding, Mr. Altman, that Mr. Durst had directed you and your wife, or you and or your wife, to provide any assistance and answer anything that Mr. Jurek needed?
He said that.
Did you and or your wife end up giving Andrew Jurek or and or his employees this box of materials?
I wasn't present. I didn't see what happened, but I was told later that she did.
Were you aware, prior to your wife turning the materials over, did she tell you that Bob Durst had told her to give the items in the box to Andrew Jurek?
We didn't have a list of the items in the box. I had no idea what was in there.
No, that's not my question.
He just said, give him what you have, is what I think she told him.
And so your understanding, you knew in advance that your wife was representing, that Bob Durst was telling her to give Andrew Jurek the box and whatever contents it was, correct?
Others are directed to get every information, and she told them to cooperate.
And you knew this in advance of her turning over the materials to Andrew Jurek, correct?
The instructions?
Yes.
Yes.
And you did not do anything. You didn't tell your wife, don't turn those over. Those could be privileged materials, correct?
If I would have known the PD story was in that box, I would have had a fit.
You would have had a...
I didn't know it was in there, and I didn't know what she was giving me.
My question is not whether you yourself would have elected to have your client turn over the materials to Andrew Direct. My question is, it was your understanding that Bob Durst was telling your wife, was instructing her, give them the materials in the box and no qualifications about not turning something over that was in the box, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that your wife told Charles Bagley that Bob Durst had instructed her to give the items in the box directly?
I don't know what she told me.
There's an article from June 14, 2017. I'm just going to read to you the important parts, and it was previously marked when, what is it? People's 28. Is that what they put it up? Part of the article I'm concerned with is the part that says, referring to the BD story, it was included in an unopened box of documents that Ms. Altman turned over to the makers of the chains at Mr. Durst's request. Mr. Durst had given the box to the Altmans to hold. Do you recall basically this article?
I recall the article.
And do you recall what I just told you?
Yeah.
And was that your understanding of what was to take place with the box?
Durst, I don't think Robert Durst ever sent us a box. I think these were just articles and papers that my wife was gathering and put them there. I don't think the box came from Durst.
Did your wife, sorry, is your understanding that Bob Durst told your wife to give the materials, which ended up including the BD story, to Andrew Direct?
He told her to give the materials to Andrew Direct. He never, to my knowledge, mentioned the BD story as one of the articles he wanted her to give to Direct.
You just mentioned have you ever seen the BD story before?
Yes.
You're familiar with its contents now, correct?
Yes.
But you had not seen it at the time that it had been turned over by your wife, Direct, correct?
Right.
Do you know if your wife also turned over a copy of the BD story to Daytime?
Yes.
And in fact, that also, as you understand, was pursuant to instructions from Mr. Durst, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Did you and your wife beg Bob Durst not to do the interviews with him, correct?
I begged him not to do it.
And you discussed this on Daytime, is that correct?
I don't recall.
I want to play EA 404. This is from Daytime, The Lost Years, Part 5. This is the June 2015 interview.
Are you marking it?
Yes.
48, 48A? Okay.
I begged him not to do it. I begged him not to do it.
Why he did, only God knows.
What did he think he would get out of it? For him to be able to show that he's not a monster, he's not a horrible person. I said it.
Mr. Altman, that was you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
As a lawyer, Mr. Altman, have you had experiences where clients don't listen to you?
Yes.
Have you had experiences where clients do stupid things?
Yes.
Are you aware of what's been called the bathroom audio?
Yes.
You heard that on the Jimmys, correct?
Yes.
49 and 49A, this is again from the same Dateline interview from June 2015, EA 405.
What did you think of what you saw on? Oh, God. I just looked at Stewart, and he looked at me, and we were speechless for a really long time, and I burst into tears. Because it just, it was like a knife.
Was that your wife?
That's my wife.
Was that you sitting next to her?
I don't see me, but I was sitting there.
Ronnie, when you played again, you were...
I was sitting there.
Do you remember being asked that question?
I remember her being asked that question.
And did you correct her in any way when she said it?
No.
When you heard it, did you correct her?
I believe I said anything.
Do you know who Susan Giordano is?
Yes.
Have you ever had contact with Susan Giordano?
Twice.
Do you know Susan Giordano to be someone who's very close to Bob Durst?
I don't know anything about Susan Giordano.
Do you have any knowledge of the nature of Bob and Susan Giordano's relationship following Bob's arrest in Galveston from non-privileged sources?
I think she said she wanted to write a story or a book or something.
Are you aware that Bob Durst had Susan Giordano visit him in Texas during the Morris Black trial?
Yes.
Are you aware that Bob Durst would speak on the phone to Susan Giordano repeatedly after his 2015 New Orleans arrest, and continues to do so till this day?
No, I wasn't.
Mr. Altman, are you aware that the defense attorneys in this case were picking up the jail calls that were being recorded in New Orleans jail?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. Durst has given Susan Giordano hundreds of thousands of dollars?
No.
Have you had contact with Ms. Giordano at Mr. Durst's direction with his knowledge of both?
No.
Have you ever spoken to Susan Giordano about this case?
No.
Do you know if Susan Giordano is aware of your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Durst?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Giordano is aware of your wife's alleged your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Durst?
I'm not aware of anything about Susan Giordano, what she thought.
As far as you know, Mr. Altman, are you and or your wife contingent beneficiaries of Mr. Durst's will?
I don't know anything about his will, except what he said in court.
So, it's your position that until it was mentioned to your wife in court that you and your wife were contingent beneficiaries of valuable parts of Mr. Durst's estate in the event of the death of his wife, Deborah Cherokee, you had no idea.
Correct.
Are you aware that Mr. Durst is a wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
Tens of millions of dollars, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Altman, you would agree that as a contingent beneficiary, that if something were to happen to Deborah Cherokee, and you were the next contingent beneficiary, that would mean you would inherit that money, correct?
There's no way I'm going to outlive this.
I'm sorry?
There's no way I'm going to outlive that.
Well, Mr. Altman, you certainly have some incentive to do so that you agree with.
I have an incentive to keep on moving.
And you would agree, Mr. Altman, that the best case scenario is you have incentive to keep on living longer than Mr. Durst is, longer than Ms. Cherokee, correct?
I'm young enough to spend the money, I guess.
Well, are you aware that who is the contingent beneficiary in that will after you? Do you know?
I have no idea. I never seen the will. I didn't know about the will.
Would it surprise you if it was Emily Altman?
Yes.
Really? Do you know, would it surprise you if the contingent beneficiary after Emily Altman were your son Howard?
I'm surprised.
So, Mr. Altman, as you sit here today, would you agree that, again, that's an awful lot of money that could come your way if something happened to Mr. Durst or Ms. Cherokee?
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Altman, that if you are testifying in a way that negatively impacts Mr. Durst, agree that very likely that would lead to a scenario where you don't inherit anything. Would you agree?
I'm his lawyer. I'm not going to negatively impact if I could possibly help it. I told you that.
It's not my question. My question is, do you agree, Mr. Altman, that given that status as a contingent beneficiary, that if you were to testify in a way that negatively impacts Mr. Durst, you are aware that that is not going to be good for a future inheritance for either you, your wife, or your child?
I don't think I'll be changing the inheritance.
So you think that no matter what you say in court, you are close enough friends with him that you're going to be in that will?
I guess so.
Do you think that impacts your ability to be impartial?
No.
Nothing further.
Crosses.
Oh, John, I'm sorry. One more question. One more, sorry. Did you speak to Aaron Moriarty? Let me just play it. SA 701, $40, $321.15. This is
50 and 50A.
And this is a interview that was aired in March of 2015, but the interview is from 2003. Can I play it?
Do you believe the section was trying to make a political advice on Rajak?
And you actually believe that the attack was imminent for something that he didn't do?
Yes, sir.
That was Mr. Durst. Was you discussing, correct, Mr. Durst's fears of the Kathy Durst investigation, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Durst was afraid, communicated to you in a non-privileged fashion, which you related to 48 hours, that he was afraid that as a result of that investigation, that he was going to be charged with Kathy Durst's murder, correct?
I believe this was part of his, in the trial, it was public knowledge that he said that he went to Galveston because he was afraid that Gene Carroll, the district attorney of Westchester County, had reopened the investigation and was coming after him.
Cross-examination. Mr. DeGuerin, do you have any questions?
No questions.
May the witness be excused?
Great idea.
Right? You're excused, Mr. Altman.
Your Honor, there were 10 exhibits marked during the testimony of Stewart Altman. I'm going to mark the exhibit sheet as 174B. 174C was People's 21 in the video. It's a photograph. 174D was People's 25 in the video. That's a handwritten copy of the cadaver. 174E is a 2-page transcript. That was People's 41A in the video. 174F is a 2-page transcript. That was People's 42A in the video. 174G is a 2-page transcript. That was People's 45A in the video. 174H is a 2-page transcript, which was People's 46A in the video. 174I is a 2-page transcript, which was People's 47A in the video. 174J is a 2-page transcript, which was People's 48A in the video. People's 174K is a 2-page transcript, which was People's 49A in the video. And finally, People's 174L is a 2-page transcript that was 50A in the video.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. 10:15 seems like a good time for a break until 10:30. Don't talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, including the other jurors. Don't make up your mind about any issue until after you've discussed the case with the other jurors during deliberations. We'll see you at 10:30. There's a request yesterday that I instruct them again that I had permitted Mr. Durst to hire counsel for Mr. Altman. I thought that I had already instructed them about Mr. and Mrs. Altman, but if I left out Mr. Altman, I would repeat it. If not, I think it might be superfluous. I'll check my notes. Or
My
maybe,
memory is you said the Altman's plural.
I thought so too, but I'll check my notes.
Thank you. I think it bears repeating, Your Honor. After
Well, I don't want
so
to
much time.
unduly emphasize anything. So I'll check my notes and we'll talk again. Durst, an alternate secretary. Mr. Durst is present. Mr. DeGuerin and Mr. Chesnoff. Mr. Bailey for the people. And joined by his colleagues. I see Mr. Ray also. Mr. Miata, Mr. Henderson, Mr. Millies, Mr. Lewin. Yes, Mr. Bailey?
No, sorry. I'm ready for the next witness whenever the court's ready.
Yes.
People call Ben Hodges.
Please remain standing. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name.
My name is Ben Hodges, B-E-N-H-O-D-G-E-S.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Are you a professor?
Yes, sir. I am a professor.
Okay. And what are you a professor of?
I am a professor of civil engineering, actually in the Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering Department at the University of Texas at Austin.
So what is your formal occupation right now?
Right now, I am working in research and teaching in fluid mechanics and of rivers, lakes, and estuaries.
Can you briefly just describe for the jury what fluid mechanics is?
So fluid mechanics, we use fundamentals of mathematics to go back to Isaac Newton, applied to how fluids then move through the natural environment is particularly my area. So we take the mathematical equations and we, in a computer, we will put those in on little boxes and so that we can model how things move through the environment.
All right, so I want to go back to some of your background and your training and your experience. What is your educational background? Let's start with that.
So I got my bachelor's degree at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, which is kind of like the Naval Academy, but for merchant shipping. In 1984, I worked in industry, in various marine industry, sort of coastal things, up until 1991. I got my master's degree in mechanical engineering with a focus on fluid mechanics at George Washington University. And then I went to Stanford for my PhD, which I finished in 1997. That was focusing on using supercomputers to model water flow. I then was interested in working at larger scales for estuaries and rivers and lakes. So I moved to Australia to study with Jorg Imberger, a professor at the University of Western Australia, who was a Stockholm Water Prize laureate, which is effectively the Nobel Prize for water resources. And I was there for 3 years in a postdoctoral fellow. And then in 2000, I moved to Texas to take up a position as an assistant professor at the University of Texas. And I've been there for 21 years and am now a full professor.
Okay, and if you could, the woman in front of you is typing everything we say down. Oh. And you sound like naturally, kind of like me. You speak a little quickly.
Okay, I can slow down.
Please, it'll make her life a lot easier. So, what, in your current position, you said your PhD you obtained at Stanford University?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that was in what again?
That was in civil engineering. Civil engineering is the department, so that's, as a PhD is usually just given by a department and not particularly in something.
All right. And currently, as a professor at the University of Texas, what is your specialty?
So my specialty is fluid mechanics. I teach classes in fluid mechanics for sophomores. I teach it for graduate students in areas of environmental fluid mechanics. which is really about how water moves in natural water bodies.
Have you written on this topic of fluid mechanics?
Yes, I've published 65 or so papers, somewhere over that right now. It's hard to know how to count the ones that are currently in process. So 65 journal articles, one small book, and numerous 140 some conference presentations on this subject.
All right. So I assume then you have an expertise on how water moves.
I do.
And what is the applicability of that in your field? Like where is your research mostly used?
So one of the areas, and that's particularly to this case, is that for the last decade, I've worked with the Texas General Land Office, who oversees issues of oil spills and response to oil spills in Texas coastal waters. So I have been part of developing computer models that predict the fate of oil spills within Texas waters that are used for spill response. So I'm part of a team that does that. In other things, we work in understanding how changes in dissolved oxygen will affect in the estuaries as well as in lakes. So those are some of the things.
And you said something earlier and kind of lost me at supercomputers. Do you use some sort of advanced computers or supercomputers
Yes.
to model these things?
Yes. Very typically what we're trying to do with these models is take a large area such as Galveston Bay, which is 30 miles across, and we break it down into little pieces. Each piece might only be 5 or 10 meters across at the smallest scales. And on those we can solve then the equations, and you can think of it as a jigsaw puzzle that gets put all together. Sorry, I have a tendency to talk with my hands.
Okay.
So we put those together, and it requires the bigger computer you have, the larger area you can model and the higher accuracy. So we use the supercomputers at the Texas Advanced Computing Center.
Okay. And can you describe what tidal and wind models are and how they're applicable in your field?
Sure. So tides and winds are the fundamental forcing that makes water move around in the environment. That, and of course, you have the rivers, so you have rainfall on the landscape and the rivers run down. When you're in Texas, you don't have a lot of river flow because we're dry quite a bit of the time. So the two things that are very strongly affect the water motion are the tides and the winds. And it's quite different if you're familiar with the coastal area here. Los Angeles has tides that are semi-diurnal, which means that what you have is twice a day you'll have a high tide and twice a day you'll have a low tide. So you have about 6 hours between the tide. And the tides are on the order of 6 feet. So you can think about 6 feet of water has to move out or in 6 hours. In Texas, our tides are about a foot or a foot and a half, and they're diurnal, which means they only occur every 12 hours. So you're only moving a foot or a foot and a half of water in and out of the bay over a 12-hour period. So they're much slower. What that means is that the wind becomes very important in how the water moves. And almost all the estuaries in Texas are dominated by what's happening in the wind, unless the wind isn't blowing. So that's sort of our key in thinking about this. And for wind modeling, what we do is we take data from what's called the North American Regional Reanalysis, or NAR, and that's a big computer model that's run by the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. And that's a model that combines data, and they take the model and also use all the past data from all the stations, and using that then they can model how the wind has changed in space and time over the entire North American continent. And so we take that data and we use that as the driver for our model of Galveston Bay, that then we can model how things move in the bay.
Okay. And so with this NAR, as you described it, that's NARR?
Yes.
All right. Are you able to use that data to check water movement conditions on particular days?
Yes, we can do that.
All right. And I take it then your expertise in terms of your research you're doing is primarily focused on Galveston Bay currently.
Well, there's a number of bays we work on, but that is one of the main ones because it's the biggest shipping channel.
Okay. So how did you become involved in this particular case?
So my understanding was that the district attorney's office was calling around and looking for people, and one of the places they went to was the oceanography department at Texas A&M, because we don't have an oceanography department at UT Austin. So they went there, and a colleague of mine, Professor Robert Hetland, at that time, he and I were running a couple models. He runs the models for the offshore, that is from the coast out into the ocean, and my models were running on Galveston Bay and the interior. And we coupled those together to have a better understanding of the fluxes in and out of the bay, which are really quite important when you think about oil spills, whether it occurs in the bay and you're worried about the oil getting out, or outside and the oil getting in. So because what they were looking for was things happening inside the bay, Professor Hetland referred them to me.
Okay. And what in particular, before I ask you that, do you have a particular familiarity with the waterway between Galveston Island and the mainland, that part of the bay?
I've been there on a boat when we've done some survey work out there in working with the models, and have driven across the bridge to get there. But it's in our model, and it's a piece that we've looked at.
Okay. So are you familiar with the movement in water in that particular area?
Yes, I am.
All right. And what were you asked to do in this particular case?
I was asked to do initially was to look at this to say, the first question was, is there enough modeling data and can we understand something from what we have available? And so what I did was I went back and we took the model that we have and spun it up so that we could look at the days in question. And then what became very apparent was there's nothing really interesting going on from the standpoint of a fluid mechanics person.
We'll talk about exactly your results in a minute.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So we went from that, could I say something about it? And I found that I could. In relatively short order, I could take the data that's available, and I didn't have to create a new model or understand to understand what was going to happen.
Okay, you could use existing models for that area.
That's correct.
Okay. And in particular, were you asked to determine whether if a head had been deposited into Galveston Bay in a particular area at the same time as other body parts that were recovered, whether that head you would expect to be recovered along with the other body part?
Yes, that was in a scientific view. What I would put that as is, if a group of things is dropped in the water, are they likely to spread out over a larger area or disperse, or should they all be found in the same area? And with fluid mechanics, you can get eddies and currents that swirl, and so it is possible in a general sense for things to spread out. But when you have the strong winds, this was not a possibility. So that's what we were looking at was that a possibility of that happening?
Okay. And have you ever testified in court before?
No, I have not.
It's your first time?
First time.
So are you like a expert witness where you routinely are called on cases to analyze things?
I have not. The only expert witness work I have done in the past has been for the city of Austin, which was all done without it, just to file for an environmental impact statement question. So I look at documents, prepare documents, and that. So this is my first time as an expert witness.
Okay. And are you getting paid for your work?
Yes, I am getting paid.
Okay.
As a professor, I only have a 9-month salary, so in the summer I get paid either by doing consulting work or through research grants.
Okay. And what would you expect as your total fee for all the work you've done in this case, including coming here?
It will be about $2,500.
Okay. Yeah. How did you end up getting retained in this particular case?
I'm not sure. Were
you eventually contacted by someone from our office?
Yes, I was contacted by the district attorney's office and,
Okay.
and asked to participate.
And eventually, did you speak with John Lewin?
Yes.
Okay. And were you provided materials to review?
Yes, I was provided with the dive logs, as well as all the information that was available and photographs of the evidence.
Okay. And did you look at all of it?
Yes, I did.
All right. And this included the Galveston Police Department dive logs?
Yes.
The sheriff's, all of the dive logs that were done in this particular case?
That's correct.
Okay. What is a hydrodynamic model? Did you already describe that?
So, yeah, the hydrodynamic model is our idea of taking the mathematics of fluid motion and putting them into small boxes that we connect all the boxes together with the wind forcing and the tidal forcing so that we can predict how the water is moving, what the water currents are.
Okay. So you used your hydrodynamic model as well as your results for wind conditions in the area to form some opinions regarding this search area along the north shore of Galveston Island.
That's correct.
All right. And then you took that data that you generated and you applied it to your expertise in fluid mechanics from your 25 years of research and teaching and came up with some opinion.
Yes.
All right. So specifically, did you look at these models from September 28th through September 30th, that time period?
Yes, I did.
All right. And originally, when you wrote your report, you went back to the, I think, the 29th at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you then asked to look at it back to the 28th?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I looked back towards, actually clear back to the 24th to look at the wind data to see that it was consistent.
So was it consistent?
Yes, it was.
Had the wind conditions changed from the 24th through the 30th?
Not substantially. During that whole period, they were out of the north or northeast, north by northeast, and running anywhere from 12 to 15 miles an hour.
Is that what's called a northern?
Yeah, it's a norther. It's a very typical one of two types of standard sort of synoptic conditions.
We've heard some. Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as People's 184, page 6. Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I prepared this diagram.
All right. Is this the particular area, from your understanding, that was subject to this particular search?
Yes.
Okay. And did you become aware and familiar by looking at the reports and the dive logs that approximately 5 bags containing various items, some including body parts, were found in this cove right here between this concrete pier and this jetty right here?
Correct.
Okay. And were you also aware that one bag containing items, including potentially body parts, was found in this area, on this beached area over here?
Correct.
Okay. So one would be to the left of that concrete pier, and one would be to the right of the concrete pier.
Correct.
All right. And were you familiar that the entire area within that confined area was searched by the dive team, as well as, I don't know, approximately 20 to 30 yards beyond that concrete pier, as well as the areas to the west of that landmass?
Correct.
I'm sorry, is it west?
Yeah, that's west. It's west going, well.
To the left of the pier,
This
those
way.
areas were
For
searched.
that one, yeah.
Okay. And you took those into consideration?
I did.
This red line you drew, what does, on people's...
Yeah, so the red line represents the wind direction that's blowing over this area during the September 29th and 30th.
So this line, it's a little confusing to me. Which direction, and there's a pointer in front of you, if you see that,
Yeah,
you can open it up.
So this line represents...
You can extend that pointer.
The wind is blowing from the upper corner down this way. So it's essentially anything that wants to go. The main thing that the currents are going to do, because this is so shallow, that the wind drives the currents through all this. And you can think about the wind direction as essentially the direction the water is moving.
Can I, for the record, I'm going to place some arrow marks on this red line, make sure I'm putting them.
Yes.
So do these arrow marks on that line fairly and accurately depict the direction of the wind?
That's correct.
All right. So what you see on in that cove area, there's now a green, there's a green marking on that?
Correct.
What does that represent?
So that represents, from my perspective, the only places along that side of the jetty in which it's possible for something that's thrown off the end of the jetty for it to go onto on the east side.
All right. So actually, let me just back up. So did you assume that items were thrown in this area off of this concrete pier?
Yes, that was, if something was thrown off the concrete pier itself, where could it end up?
Okay.
That was what I started with.
All right. And did you form any opinions?
Yes.
What opinions did you form?
And my opinions are that if things were thrown off the left side of the pier or the west side of the pier, that they would very likely end up within those yellow lines.
Okay, and is that based on the modeling and the water conditions?
That's based upon the wind driven and understanding what the model is telling me about the currents in that area, that there's no recirculation out of there that can take something elsewhere.
Okay, and you say very likely. Can you conceive of a scenario where they're not going to end up in that yellow area?
No.
Based on the water conditions?
No, I very likely is just the typical way a scientist would say something. There's no way in which those conditions so consistent over so many days, that's where things would end up.
Okay, so if someone went to the end of that pier and threw something off to the left, it's going to end up in somewhere in that yellow area.
That's correct.
You have any doubt about that?
I have no doubts.
Okay, and from your review of the materials, that was within the search area?
That's correct.
Okay, and let's assume someone threw something off towards the right. Where would it end up?
And
or straight off?
Yeah, straight up. And that's the question on straight off. It could end up going, there's going to be a stagnation point there where things could go either direction.
Okay.
Depending on how that separation behaves, that could change. So they could throw something in one spot and it goes off to the right, and 10 minutes later they throw something in that spot, it goes off to the left. So that's what we would expect, the standard level of uncertainty.
Okay.
So it would definitely go to the right if it's thrown off the right side.
Okay, and what is your opinion if it was thrown off to the right, where it would end up?
It would end up on the green marked within there where things were found.
Okay. Any doubt about that whatsoever?
I have no doubt about that.
So I want you to and the wind was blowing out of the northeast steadily through that entire period of time?
That's correct.
In your opinion, was the search area that was described to you from what you read adequate to find any objects that would have been tossed off that jetty?
Yes.
Any doubt about that?
I have no doubt about that.
Given the tidal currents at that time, were they capable of moving any body parts thrown in the water outside of those beaching areas illustrated below?
No.
Were you made aware in this particular case that there was an allegation that the defendant, there was an allegation that body parts were dumped into Galveston Bay during the time period which is the subject of your modeling?
I had been told that.
Okay.
Yes.
We also made aware that all of the body parts were recovered except for the head.
Yes, I was told that.
Were you also, well, let me just ask you this. If it's been asserted that the head could have been carried out into Galveston Bay, into deeper water, or out to sea, or beyond those areas anywhere in the green or the yellow you've put on that diagram, based on your knowledge, your experience, your expertise, is this in any way a legitimate scenario that's supported by scientific analysis?
No, it's not.
Were you further made aware that potentially there's an allegation that a missing head could have been carried away by a blue crab or some other local marine species?
I heard that, and it had a hard time not laughing, because none of the crab, the blue crab or the stone crab, behave like ants and work together. And the crabs are so relatively small, their ability to move ahead, doesn't strike with any of the marine science that I've known.
Okay. I want you to assume that the head was dumped at the same time, at the same general spot as the other body parts, at the same time. Based on your background, your training, your experience, would you expect it to have been located with the other body parts?
Yes.
Any doubt about that?
I have no doubt about that.
Assuming it wasn't either A, not thrown in, or B, someone went back and picked it up and took it out of the water.
It had to, if it was thrown in, somebody had to remove it, or it was never thrown in. Those are the only things that make sense to me.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Hodges. My name is Dick DeGuerin. We've never met, have we?
Not that I know of.
I happen to be a professor at University of Texas Law School also.
Oh.
And we haven't, that's a big school, isn't it?
It is a big school.
And so the chance that our paths would cross with you being in the engineering department and me being at the law school are slim and none.
Yeah, I cannot say that I have met anybody at the law. I think you're probably the first person I've met from the law school. So,
I was going to say something smart about we hope that you don't have to hire a lawyer anytime soon, but I'll be available.
You don't want our card.
They already have it.
So you've given us two possibilities, as I understand. Either someone came along and removed the body if it was thrown in there, or it was, excuse me, the head, or it wasn't thrown in there. Those are the two possibilities?
Yes. In my opinion, those are the two possibilities.
Or the divers just didn't find it. That's a possibility too, isn't it?
Having looked at those logs and the
I'm
extent.
not talking about the logs, I'm talking about.
I'd ask that the witness be able to finish his question, his answer. He was interrupted midway through the answer.
Well, he said he looked at the logs, so you'll please let him finish his answer.
I was going to say that, in my opinion, having looked through the logs, the type of search that they did, and how shallow that area is, that the idea that they would miss finding a head, either in a plastic bag or even not in a plastic bag, I simply do not think that that's a possibility.
Are you aware that they did find bags, a set of bags with blood inside that had a 2.5 foot to 3 foot slit in it, in the bags?
I probably read that, but I am not aware of that or the implications of that.
Are you aware of where those bags were found? That set of bags?
Not the details, no.
if I were to tell you that those bags were found to the left, that is the west, of where the other bags were found.
Objection, misstates testimony.
Sustained.
Well, my recollection is different than that, but we'll go on. Is it your belief that the area that was searched is adequately depicted in the photograph that's on the screen right now?
Yes.
From the concrete pier, the little at the top of that photograph, from there to Texas City is what distance?
I'm sorry, is what?
What distance is it from there to Texas City? Do you know? Texas City is on the
on the opposite. You mean on the opposite side? Yeah, that's 2 miles.
Yeah, that's 2 miles, right?
Sure.
Are you aware that only a small fraction of the seafloor or the bay floor was searched? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware? You said you've been there once. Did I misunderstand that? Have you been out there physically on the scene?
I did not go out to this particular scene. I have been out in those areas around Galveston Bay in a boat for other surveys.
Right. But this particular area, did you ever go out there?
Not right in that. I've been in. I'm not sure what you mean by this particular area. The area shown on the figure up there.
Yes.
I have not been in that area on the boat.
Okay. You're aware, aren't you, that the visibility in the water is almost nil?
That's correct. But the water is also very shallow.
Yes, I didn't ask you about the depth of the water yet. It changes, doesn't it, with the tide?
It changes, but not very much.
How many different tides occurred in the period of time that you studied? That is, from September the 29th till October the 2nd, 3rd, or whatever you did.
Well,
How many tides?
There's one high tide and one low tide a day.
Okay. At the time of the search, was it high tide or low tide, or was it in transition?
I do not recall.
Now, Galveston Island is a barrier island, isn't it?
That's correct.
And Galveston Bay is, if not the largest, one of the largest bays in Texas, isn't it?
That's correct.
For the tide to go in and out, the tide has to go through either San Luis Pass at the west end of the island or the ship channel on the east end of the island. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And so you have a massive amount of water that's diverted to 2 different places, San Luis Pass to the west and the ship channel to the east, right?
With due respect, it's not a massive amount of water.
Well, let's change the subject just for a moment. You're aware, of course, that since the 2001, there was a massive hurricane that hit Galveston Island.
Correct.
Hurricane Ike. You have to verbalize your answer.
Oh, yes.
And the tides during that hurricane were 8, 10, even 12 feet, weren't they?
That's correct.
And those tides have a way of changing the geography of the seafloor, don't they? They move a lot of sand and a lot of water.
Well, they move a lot of sand and a lot of water into the ship channel where it has to be dredged, and they erode from the barrier islands and tend to pull stuff back out to sea. But Galveston Bay overall is about 12 feet deep, except for the ship channels, and that doesn't change much by the storm tides.
Actually, it's even less than that in the particular area.
That's
isn't
correct.
it? 4, 5, 6 feet deep.
Yeah, it's on the average, Galveston Bay is 12 feet deep.
Okay. And once again, the area, can you give us your understanding of, with that diagram or that aerial photograph that's on the screen now, the area of the search that was conducted?
The area of the search?
Yes.
Is, so my understanding was that it was along here and then down through here.
Okay. No further than that? Your understanding?
I don't have the GPS coordinates in my head, no, so.
Well, I'm not asking for
Yeah,
GPS coordinates.
but I believe that the area that I outlined on there is reflective of the area that they searched.
Okay, if there's evidence that the maximum was 70 to 100 feet off of the tip of the pier, meaning, well, 30 yards, 50 yards maximum, would you argue with that? Was that what you understood?
I don't recall.
All right.
But
so, if you are not certain of the search area, how can you accurately give an opinion about whether the head should have been found?
when I did my analysis, what I reflected on there is my understanding of this, given the search area, where things would have ended up. And my reading of the search area is that this diagram reflects where the search was covering. So I'm not sure that I understand. Maybe I haven't made myself clear, but I don't believe there's any discrepancy.
You mentioned modeling. That's something that's done with computers and figures and numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think of perhaps putting an object the size and weight of a human head in the water there and see what happens?
Well, certainly it's all possible.
Did you do that?
No, I did not.
In order to accurately be able to report what would happen to an object such as that, like a head. By the way, do you know what the average weight of a human head is?
I actually, at one time, I looked up, there's a very good scientific paper on these things, but I don't recall it off the top of my head.
If I said 10 to 12 pounds, would that be consistent with what you recall, or if you recall?
I don't recall.
And we all know that the human head is somewhat spherical in nature. That is, like a bowling ball, or spherical. That's a good enough word, right?
Okay.
Well, is that right?
Yeah, that's reasonable,
Okay.
I guess.
And we know from some reports that the floor of the bay is sandy and silty, right?
Okay, yes.
And that it slopes from the shoreline to the deeper parts of Galveston Bay.
That's correct.
To the north and west, right?
Okay.
I think you said earlier in your testimony, Galveston Bay is about 30 miles across at one point.
That's right.
That makes it one of the, if not the, but one of the biggest bays in Texas, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your conclusions that it should have been found, if it were there, depend on the efficiency of the search, right?
That's correct.
Meaning they could have missed it, right?
Are you asking me if I think they missed it?
No. I mean, I asked you exactly what I asked you. They could have missed it. It depends on the,
To the word could, Your Honor.
Could is relevant. Could, but it is, the question is, could one theoretically miss it, or in your opinion, did they miss it? Those are different ideas.
I would say that if the search was carried out in the way that was documented in the dive logs, that they could not have missed it.
well, the dive logs just give reports of who was diving and where they were diving, right?
And the procedures they were using in the diving.
Yes. And we know, it's beyond any argument, that the members of the dive team had to rely on feel alone, not anything visual, right?
They also had a net they were using.
Yes.
But so they were...
Feel alone?
Well, no, not feel alone. When you have a net, you get to see what's caught in the net.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that your understanding is that they drug the area with a net?
They had a seines net. That was listed in the logs that they were using.
Were you aware of the diver, the head of the dive team that testified here yesterday?
I have not watched any of the trial. That's not my purview.
Okay. So, once again, let me ask you this. Your opinion about they should have found it depends on the efficiency of the searchers and the area that was searched, doesn't it?
That's correct.
And you tell us, jury, you don't know exactly what the area is that was searched, right?
I wouldn't say that I don't know. I know what was in the dive logs and that I documented on this. I'm relying on my own work because my memory can't tell me exactly what it is. But this was my interpretation of the dive logs.
By the way, you mentioned that you were chosen for this job. There is actually a Marine division of Texas A&M that's located on Galveston Island, or actually Pelican Island, right?
That's correct.
And that is, I'm not sure if how your loyalties go with the historical antipathy of Aggies with TSIPs, that is Texas, University of Texas people with Texas Aggie people, but it's true, isn't it, that Texas A&M is a first-tier university?
That's correct.
As is the University of Texas.
That's correct.
And especially as is the law school. And
no comment.
But the University of Texas does not have a Marine division stationed on Galveston Island, does it?
No, sir. It has one on Port Aransas.
And Port Aransas, for the jurors' information, is actually an island down the coastline a couple of 100 miles, right?
That's correct.
With completely different dynamics from Galveston Island.
But the research teams, everybody works across the whole coast.
Is that true? Is it completely different?
Well, yeah, physically they're different, but the research teams work along all the Texas coast.
Okay. So you were chosen, and no one that was actually on the ground at Galveston was chosen
That's
to be
correct.
the expert here.
It's because I was running the models. Nobody at Galveston was running oil spill models for Galveston Bay.
Oil spill. I don't want to mix apples and oranges. Oil spill, that usually stays on top of the water, doesn't it? Doesn't an oil spill
No, it doesn't. Actually, that's not true.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Well, I've changed the question. Doesn't an oil spill stay on top of the water?
No, it doesn't.
All right. Does it sink like a 10 to 12 pound head?
Well, what happens with oil is
Question,
that...
excuse me, Your Honor, can the witness be responsive to the question?
I-
Does
I'm-
it sink like a 10 or 12-pound head?
Okay, you may answer that question.
Can I explain?
Yes.
So oil decomposes, and the turbulence, the wind is driving turbulence that mixes the upper layer. So some parts of the oil get mixed down in that, and that where the turbulence is mixing down, that is the same forces that would be driving the movement of a head. This is why we say that I've said that it's the wind that's important here, because it's the wind that mixes the momentum from the wind down into the water and moves the water in the direction of the wind. And that's what actually dominates for the movement of both oil in the near surface waters and any object that's going to be driven with it.
Well, so could you answer the question that I asked? Does oil have the same, I'll change it a little bit, does oil have the same characteristics as a 10 to 12 pound human head?
For the purposes of the forcing and transport, they behave very similarly.
Similarly, I believe you said that oil breaks up into smaller particles? Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you ever talk to any of the swim team or dive team participants?
No, I did not.
So you cannot comment on the accuracy of the reports?
I cannot.
And if the search included areas beyond what you were told, then you have incomplete information about the search?
That assumes facts not in evidence and an improper hypothetical based on facts not in evidence.
The way it's phrased, it does suggest that, so suggests a fact that's not in evidence. Rephrase your question, please. It's almost correct.
Can we have that read back so I can change it? I need to know exactly what I need to change.
All right, read it back.
And if the search included areas beyond what you were told, then you have incomplete information about the search?
Do you know whether the search area included areas beyond what you were told or not the areas that you were told?
I do not have any information beyond what I was told.
You mentioned that you had reports of the wind. If it's been reported that there was a norther, we in Texas know what a norther is, but that means wind from the north, right?
Correct.
You know that the prevailing wind in the Galveston area is from the southeast, don't you?
Correct.
But you also know that the wind can be blustery.
That's correct.
And typically a norther has blustery wind, doesn't it?
It depends on what your definition of blustery is.
All right, I'll give you a definition of blustery. That means winds from several different directions, primarily from the north.
No, that's not what I would call blustery. So from your definition of blustery, I would say the norths are not necessarily blustery.
Okay, blustery can include also wind speeds that are variable.
Yes. So
and wind directions that are variable.
When we think about how the winds move, and in particularly what you can think about is water is a damping mechanism. So short blustery changes in wind direction are not going to affect the transport in the near surface of the water or even as the boundary layer forms and things go deeper. So what's important from the transport point of view is that the 4 or 5 days leading up to this, the wind was solidly from the north. The average daily speed was somewhere between 7 to 15 miles an hour. On the 2 major days in question, it was 12 miles an hour. And those are times when it's very consistent. Does the wind get higher than that? Yes. Does the wind get lower than that? Yes. But it's always very consistent from those directions. And that's what drives a surface current that then in shallow waters covers the entire depth of the water. So that's why I am confident that anything dropped off the end of that pier would end up on the shoreline.
What is your information about what shoreline was searched? And you can use the diagram or the photograph to point out
The
what your...
information that I have was the areas that I colored in yellow and green were the areas along the shoreline searched.
Sorry, I'm missing.
In this diagram, my understanding is this, which is colored in yellow, and this, unfortunately, the green seems to have been kind of lost, but there was a green area there, that these represent the search areas.
Okay, but no broader than that.
That was my information.
And so beyond the yellow, what the shoreline that the yellow represents, to your understanding, was not searched?
I don't know of any search beyond that area.
Are we talking about the shoreline?
The shoreline.
Okay.
And so further to the east was not searched.
Correct.
Further to the west was not searched, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
And the divers had to rely on feel. Let's forget the net for a moment. The divers had to rely on feel, whether they could feel something.
Your Honor, the question is irrelevant based on how he's limited it. He's asking them to assume.
Speaking of
I
that,
sustain the objection.
The objection is an improper hypothetical.
I continue to sustain the objection. I sustain it.
keep arguing, John. Maybe he'll change his mind.
You're just trying to boost your average, I know.
You know, the problem, Your Honor, is I'm having trouble with
Well, wait a minute.
With my hearing. I can't. I'm not hearing, and I can't see.
Okay.
That's the old hearing aid defense.
Okay.
Right?
How about if he sustains it, I go like this?
Habib, give him a little thumbs up.
I try, I've been kicking him.
As I understand it, though, Dr. Hodges, when we get back down to what the facts are, what we know is there was a bag that was found. There's actually 3 bags all together with the same 2.5 to 3 inch foot slit in it with blood on the inside. You're aware of that?
I will take your word for it. I don't recall that detail.
Would it be possible to take a model of a human head, same weight and so forth, sink it out there and see where it goes?
Objection relevant to the word possible.
It's fine. Yes, it's possible.
That wasn't done.
No.
Your opinion is based on your review of records and no actual experimentation, right?
That's correct.
That's all.
Yes,
All right.
I don't know, you have like...
I'm sorry, I have one other question.
Oh, sure.
I apologize. Have you been tweeting about being here?
I wrote one tweet yesterday, but I didn't say specifically.
Did your tweet say, so the Durst murder trial delves into estuary transport modeling tomorrow, and I'm in LA. A coincidence?
That's correct. That's what I tweeted.
That's all.
Okay, redirect.
Yes. You have research, I guess you have PhD students?
Correct.
You work closely with them?
Yes, I do.
Do they find it interesting that you're involved in a murder case?
Yes, they do.
Was that part of the reason you sent a tweet?
I did.
Was that out for them?
Mainly, yes.
Okay. Do any of those research assistants, did you ask any of them to volunteer to give up their head for this testing that Mr. DeGuerin wants to do?
No,
do you have access to human heads?
No, we don't have access to human heads.
Okay. Mr. DeGuerin talks about blustery conditions, and I don't fully understand what that even means, but I guess I just want to ask you this. The opinions you've given, the testing you've done, the analysis you've given, you've performed, and the opinions you've given this jury, are they based on the wind and water conditions that existed from September 28th through September 30th?
Yes, they are.
The Texas A&M has, I guess Mr. DeGuerin is suggesting, a more advanced, I don't know, oceanography department than University of Texas?
Well, I would say that they do have an oceanography department and we do not, but we are the ones that were tasked by the Texas General Land Office to work on oil spill modeling, and the Texas A&M Galveston was not.
Were you aware that the district attorney's office actually sought out Texas A&M first, the oceanography department?
Yes, yes.
And were you aware that they actually said, actually, the person you want...
Whoa. Hearsay.
From your understanding, how is it that you in particular...
Wait.
Oh.
Go ahead.
How is it that you in particular got involved in this case? Who referred you eventually?
So it was, I had talked with Robert Hetland, who he actually called me and said, hey, I think I may have thrown you under the bus. I told the LA that you're probably calling them.
Hearsay?
No, it's not for the truth. It's not that he actually threw him under the bus. It is for the state of...
I think we all realize that's a figure of speech.
Right. No, precisely.
He didn't throw him in the bay either.
No, that's the point. The idea is not the truth of the statement, but the state of mind it imparts in the hearer. So it's not hearsay. It's not offered to prove the matter asserted. So overruled.
But it was Robert Hetland, who's a professor. At that time, he was a professor at Texas A&M. Since then, he's gone on to the Pacific Northwest National Labs. But he is the one who referred me to the county.
And Mr. Heflin, presumably, based on your conversations with him, was aware we were looking for an expert in this particular area, and he referred you?
Yes.
Okay. He thought you were the best person for the job.
Wait a minute. What he thought is that is offering something for the truth of the matter. And
I can withdraw that question.
Okay, I'll sustain it. And it's withdrawn. Jury's to disregard the opinion of the one expert on regarding the other's qualifications.
There are individuals at Texas A&M, is that right?
I'm sorry?
There are individual oceanographer experts at Texas A&M? Anyone, such as even the defense in this case, is free to contact them if they have opinions in contradictory to yours?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Form of the question.
Well, let's see. It's not actually for this witness. It is an argument you can make to a jury.
All right.
That's not his realm.
Do you feel you have sufficient, expertise in the 100 and what odd papers you've written on this topic, in the research you do, with the PhD students you teach, with the work you've done for mapping the area for the oil industry, for your knowledge of tides and currents in the Galveston Bay area and your 25 years experience, do you feel you lack any particular expertise in this particular area to give these opinions?
Clearly bolstering.
Overruled.
Argumentative.
Overruled.
I'm asking you, do you feel any deficiencies in your expertise?
No, I do not.
Now, you testified that, Mr. DeGuerin also asked you about Hurricane Ike.
Yes.
Have there been other hurricanes in the Texas area?
Certainly.
I went to Galveston on this particular case, and I saw a sign on a building, a watermark on Galveston. It was like this high, saying this was the water level during Hurricane Ike. The water moved pretty big during Hurricane Ike, right?
That's correct.
Covered the island, right?
Yep.
Well, was there any hurricanes from September 28th, 2001 to September 30th, 2001 in the area?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. If there were, would your opinions probably be different in this case?
They would be very different.
Okay. Any other weather conditions between September 28th, 2001 and September 30th, 2001 that affect your opinions in this case?
No.
So, the wind, according to your testimony on cross-examination, you expect would have moved all items either on the water or underwater to the shoreline in the areas in green and the areas in yellow.
That's correct.
Any doubt about that?
No doubt about that.
So any items, strike that. I'm showing you what's been marked as page 20 of People's 184. You see that bag on that beached area right there?
Yes.
I want you to assume that that bag is found in this yellow area. Is that consistent with where you would expect that bag to be found if it was thrown off that pier?
Perfectly consistent.
When I asked about that, they told me it was on the other side, but that's not so.
You were asking about empty bags.
You know, I'll give you a chance to ask questions also. Okay, go ahead.
This bag, which had body parts in it, or a body part in it, I want you to assume it's found in this yellow area by stipulation of the parties. Would that be consistent with where you would expect it to be found?
Yes, it is.
I want you to assume, showing you page 16 of the same exhibit, that it's agreed upon, stipulated, that a human torso was found in the area marked where there's a red. Human torso. Where there's 5 floating bags found in the area where there's an arrow marked 5 floating bags. I want you to assume that's true. I want you to assume that 3 of those 5 floating bags in that area were empty and had, each one of them had a 2.5 to 3 foot hole in them. Okay?
Correct.
I want you to assume that that torso and those 5 floating bags were all thrown off that same pier. Would that area where they were found be consistent with where you would expect them to be found?
Yes.
And that's, just to put a finer point on it, in the area you've marked on green as green, right?
That's correct.
I want you to see, if the wind all blows, strike that. I want you to assume this. I want you to assume that those 3 empty floating bags, okay? I want you to assume that they're all tied in overhand knots, each one of them, okay? And I want you to assume that they previously were all contained within each other. In other words, you had a bag tied in an overhand knot. And that bag was placed in a second bag tied in an overhand knot. And then that bag was placed in a third bag tied in an overhead knot. Okay? You understand what I'm asking you to assume? And that these are the 3 bags we're talking about that are empty, okay? I want you to further assume that each of these 3 bags have a 2.5 to 3 foot rip in them or tear in them, okay?
Okay.
But I want you to assume that at one point they were all inside of each other and they were all torn open at the same time, taken apart, torn open at the same time.
Okay.
Okay? Assume when they were thrown off the pier, they had a head in them.
Okay.
Okay? And no one came back and retrieved the head. Where would you expect to find that bag?
The bag or the head?
The bag with the head in it.
It would be right there along the beach. It cannot get out from, there's no way the currents can move anything out of that little bay.
Okay. Now I want you to assume that someone went to the pier and they decided for whatever reason, I got to remove that head out of the water. Okay?
That's an assumption that's not based on any evidence.
The hypothetical is based on the evidence that we're putting forward, Your Honor. It's an
Okay.
appropriate hypothetical.
All right, I'll strike it if evidence or inference isn't supplied.
Okay. So I want you to assume someone goes back to that pier fishes out that bag containing the head. It's actually 3 bags, triple bag, tied in a knot. You understand my hypo?
Yes.
They rip open the first bag, and they pull out the second and third bags, which are still tied together. They then rip open the second bag, and they pull out the third bag, which is on the inside. And then they rip open that third bag and pull out the head. And then they're on that same pier in that same area and toss the other 3 bags in the water, removing the head.
Okay.
Where would you expect to find those 3 empty bags with 2.5 to 3 foot tears floating in the water?
Improper hypothetical. No facts and evidence to justify that.
Overruled.
Where would you expect to find them?
Anything, where anything thrown off that side of the pier is going to end up in that small embayment along the beach there. It cannot go anywhere else because of the way the wind is blowing.
And if they were found, if I ask you to assume they were found where it says 5 floating bags, would that be consistent with where you expect them to be found?
Absolutely.
That tearing, 2.5 to 3 foot tears in those bags that I've described to you, based on your background and your training and your experience, are those consistent with any kind of tearing that would occur to those 3 bags in that hypothetical I've given you from any natural marine life or in the water?
There's no marine life that I know of that would tear a 2.5 foot hole in a bag.
I want you to further assume that those 3 tears to those 3 bags are approximately the same size, and that all of those 3 individual bags found floating in the water each have their own overhand knot. Okay?
Okay.
I want you to further assume that the other bags containing body parts that were found all were triple bagged. Body parts in bag, overhand knot. Inside another bag, overhand knot. Inside another bag, overhand knot. And those bags, when they were recovered, had 3 bags tied in a knot containing body parts. Okay? No tears, consistent with those 2.5 to 3 foot tears, right? Do you have any opinions, based on your background, training, and experience, whether in the natural marine life being deposited with the wave action there, that those 3 bags, empty, could have naturally just separated from each other and been taken apart and been individually floating in the water?
That's beyond the area of expertise.
Overruled.
What I would expect, if 3 bags together without anything in them were pushed up, what at most you would see is abrasion of the bag and tearing that should be of, the only way this would happen is things washing back and forth, which is not typically what should happen in something like this, where it's being pushed up onto sort of a sandy beach where there isn't a, you know, if we were up in my original hometown of Oak Harbor, where you have, in Washington State, where you have lots of mussels that are clinging to things and you could push along, well, maybe that. But here with the sandy beach, I don't see a way of getting a large hole.
And aside from getting the large hole, do you see a way for the normal wave action to actually pull those 3 bags outside of each other and become separated?
It would take a lot of time. If this were sitting out in the water for a long time, when I'm thinking multiple days and working with the wind and the current, that could happen, but not along a beach area like this.
Okay, and assuming they were thrown in the water, assuming they're thrown in the water off that pier on the evening of the 29th and they're found on the 30th, would you expect those 3 bags to be separated by anything other than human activity?
No, I cannot see them being separated.
Would you see any need to search the 30 miles across Galveston Bay for this head?
No.
Now, counsel asked you your knowledge of the search area of that shoreline, and you indicated in your belief the shoreline was searched. That area that was in yellow.
Correct.
Right? I want you to assume for purposes of this question, that the following is actually true, stipulation in this case, that a search of the remaining shorelines of the coves to the west of the location where the bags and torso were found, all the way to the railroad tracks, as well as an extensive search of the shoreline to the east was done.
Your Honor, for the record, that's quoting stipulation 57.
Oh, thank you. So the railroad tracks are quite much further, isn't it?
That's correct.
So if you were to assume that that whole shoreline was searched all the way to the railroad tracks, how would that affect your opinion?
Said that it's less, I didn't think there's any likelihood of anything being beyond that first point. So that just proves that I think I'm correct.
It certainly wouldn't hurt if they searched all the way to the...
Does not hurt to search that, but that's one. And given that at the time they didn't know what I happen to know now, it was probably prudent to do that search.
Okay. Certainly that they searched further than you thought wouldn't make it less likely that it had...
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh. Now, you talked about swims and dive teams. Just want to make clear, we're talking about very shallow water, right?
That's correct.
We're talking about you can stand up in your waist.
But yeah, a lot of it doesn't come much over your knees.
So, final question is, I want you to assume that someone says, that the defendant actually says in this case, that on the 29th in the evening, he went to the end of that, he went to that pier and threw these items in the water. And he threw them all there at the same time, the same place, the same location. Would you expect to find, assuming nothing was later removed from the water, would you expect to find all those items found in the same general place during this search?
Yes, but with a caveat. As I said, you can have right off the end of the pier, there can be a separation point where everything thrown to this side of that separation point goes to the right, and something thrown to the other side goes to the left. So things could all be thrown in at exactly the same time and go around either side by a small difference.
5 bags could be found to the right, 1 bag could be found to the left.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Still on the screen is page 16 of the exhibit 176, is that right?
184.
184. And it's the one that has the 2 red lines, 5 floating bags, and human torso. And what you're talking about, this division point or this separation point, I think you used another term in your original testimony.
It's a stagnation or a separation point. It's the same thing in a fluid
So it could go either way.
Yeah.
And you haven't been on the scene.
No, I have not.
Are you aware of the formation of barnacles on things that are left in the water in Galveston Bay?
Yes, I know that they do occur.
And barnacles are sharp, aren't they?
That's correct.
And some of the rocks and so forth are also sharp, correct?
That's correct.
And wave action and moving water action can certainly cause bags to scrape up against oyster shells, other sharp instruments there. It's not all just beautiful sand, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, here's page 6 of that same exhibit, and this is the one that I believe you prepared.
That's correct.
And the north wind is blowing to a point, well, it's just the north line, right?
Right.
And that doesn't describe the search area.
No, that doesn't. That's simply a reference line.
In fact, the search area in the water was much less. Right?
Then much less than what? Than the area?
The red line. The red line doesn't have anything to do with the search area.
That's correct.
That's just the wind direction.
That's correct.
The search area by the dive team search area is much less than inside that red line.
That's correct.
Okay. So if something is thrown off the edge here, the the wind action could push something not necessarily to the shoreline, but in the area that was not searched, right?
No, because you got the distance, you can't throw it from the end of the pier over to that red line.
No, you misunderstand my question. The shoreline, where you would expect something to happen is described on the yellow line that you put on that.
That's correct.
We know now that the shoreline was walked all the way to the railroad track, which is not shown on here.
Correct.
That's the shoreline,
That's correct.
but not the search area. The shoreline is much greater than the search area, right?
Sure. Well, I'm sure the shoreline was searched. So when you say search area, are you meaning search area in the water, or?
You're right. I'm not putting it correctly. The water search, the divers out there feeling with their fingers and not being able to see anything. That's the search area I'm talking about now. That search area was much smaller than what's depicted on this diagram and outlined by, for instance, the red line. Your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, you never spoke to any of the divers.
No, I did not.
You never went on site.
No, I did not.
And you don't know, other than what we've just established, the full range of the search area by the divers.
That's correct.
That's all.
I have one small area. Showing you page 16 of People's 184. Council asked a couple questions which sparked a curiosity on me. So let's assume that these 3 bags I was talking about that were floating in this area with tears in them, the 2.5 to 3 foot tears. Let's assume that at some point they contained the head. Okay?
Okay.
And those bags were all found floating in this area on this page 16 where there's a mark saying 5 floating bags. You understand where I'm going? Okay. Let's assume that there are some barnacles or something sharp enough to cut those bags open. Okay? And let's assume the head fell out. The head would have fallen out in the same general area between the pier and this jetty, right?
Correct.
So would it then have washed towards that shore?
Absolutely.
And then would you have expected it to be found in the search that was done in this particular case?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
But of course, if the bags were torn before they reached that division point, the head came out and the bags floated off, the head and the bag could have gone different directions, right?
No. I don't see that as a possibility here.
Well, but you don't know how far off they were thrown, do you? Where is that division point where something thrown there could either go to the right or to the left?
No, that's my point is that if you can't, where the stagnation point would occur, the separation point for whether things go right or left, okay, that's going to not be somewhere where it can be where you're going to have tearing of the bag. So if tearing of the bag is what is happening, that's got to be something where the water's washing it along the side of the jetty, and the bag should show lots and lots of different kinds of abrasions in it as well. And then when the head falls out, it would be along that same point. So it would have an end fate very similar to the bags. Things aren't going to stay under a 12-mile-an-hour wind blowing from the north. things aren't going to stay in the water. That wind penetrates down into the depths and moves things into the shore.
Assuming, under the scenario that you just described, that the bags are torn and the head falls out, the head's going to sink, right?
Well, I don't know enough about the buoyancy of a head as to whether the density of the head is denser than the salt water in Galveston Bay or not.
Let's assume that the head's going to sink and the bags are going to float.
Okay.
They can go different directions, right?
No. Because the wind-driven currents go through the entire water column in this.
Well, we know that the bags went to where the green line is, and the wind's blowing away from that if the head fell out off of the end of the pier, right?
If the head fell out that far off the end of the pier to where it comes off around the other way, I would expect the bags to go with it too.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
Do something to fill the next 5 minutes, it would be better than going to lunch early?
No.
You're, may this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you.
You're excused, sir, doctor. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with the case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. We'll see you at 1:30. jurors and alternates all have returned. And Mr. Durst is here with Mr. Chesnoff. I'm excusing Mr. DeGuerin. And Mr. Miata is at council table. I understand there will be reading of transcripts from the Galveston trial.
Yes, that's going to take up the rest of this afternoon, Your Honor. And the first witness...
Tomorrow as well.
We're taking one day at a time.
We have half a day.
The first witness is going to be Klaus Dillmann, and this is testimony from the Galveston trial. His testimony was given on September 23rd, 2003, and September 29th, 2003. The judge presiding over that particular case was the Honorable Susan Chris. That role is going to be read by Cameron Young, one of our students, law students. I'm assuming Mr. Chesnoff is going to be reading the part of Dick DeGuerin. You're Dick today?
I am.
Okay.
Big boots to fill.
The part of Klaus Dillmann will be read by Benjamin Hariri. I probably butchered the pronunciation. And the portion of the prosecutor, Kurt Sistrunk, will be read by Michelle Cornelius. So if you guys can come on up.
Okay, Your Honor, for the exhibit Hanley, it'll be Average Urethra. Could you spell it out? G-I-R-I-T-H.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
G-I-R-I-T-H-A-R-A-N. Thank you.
And Your Honor, both sides have agreed that Mr. Dillmann is deceased.
Mr. Dillmann is deceased. Very well.
And Your Honor, as we discussed earlier, I have a transcript. I guess we'll be marking this as a court's exhibit again. I think it's court 7.
Correct.
Yes.
Ready?
Sworn ready.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. Klaus Dillmann, having first been duly sworn, testifies as follows. First question by Mr. Sister. Good morning, sir. Would you please spell and state your full name for the record?
Say it again.
Would you please state your full name and spell it for the record, please, sir?
Klaus Dillmann, first name Klaus, K-L-A-U-S, Dillmann, D-I-L-L-M-A-N-N.
Thank you, sir. And do you reside here in the city of Galveston?
That's correct.
And what type of business are you in, Mr. Dillmann?
I own rent properties.
And specifically, do you own a rent property at 2213 Avenue K, Galveston, Texas?
That's correct.
And how long have you owned that property?
I would have to guess this one, probably 5 or 6 years.
In getting to the crux of the matter here, do you recall renting your property out there, one room, to a Mr. Morris Black?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a personal recollection as to when you rented that apartment to Morris Black?
It must have been the year 2000 in the fall.
And would that have been in the form of a verbal agreement or a written agreement, sir?
Written.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1, and ask if you recognize these as documents associated with your agreement with Mr. Black.
It looks like it.
Does that refresh your memory as to the exact day that you made that rental?
Okay, I can look at the date here. It would be the date 8/15/2000.
Okay. And was your rental agreement with Mr. Black such that he would pay month to month or on a yearly basis, or what was the nature of the agreement?
It was a month-to-month lease with the duration of the lease at 1 year. It was a 1-year lease, but it would be paid monthly.
And I understand that the amount of that was $310. Is that correct? $310 per each?
I believe so.
Do you recall what other tenants you had in the home at that time when he moved in?
Yes, there was, number 4 was a lady by the name of Miss Conaway.
All right, sir. Apartment number 3 was a family living by the name of Henriquez. The first names of the two were, I believe, were Virgil and Maria Henriquez. Then, of course, the other 2 efficiencies were leased to Mr. Black and, at the time, Ms. Signer. I'm sorry, we misspoke. So, all right, sir. And then you go on to.
Yeah. Apartment number 3 was a family living by the name of Henriquez. The first names of the 2 were, I believe, were Virgil and Maria Henriquez. Then, of course, the other 2 efficiencies were leased to Mr. Black and, at the time, Miss Signer.
Okay, and when you say...
So pull it a little closer to you and speak slowly and clearly into that microphone. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, and when you say at the time, are you indicating that Ms. Signer was in the apartment in August of 2000, also in your home? Do you recall? Would you like to refresh your memory?
I would have to look at the lease to be precise.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 2. Would you take a look at that to see if that refreshes your memory as to when that agreement with Ms. Signer was made?
Yeah, this was the date.
For the record, sir, the date you entered into the agreement?
I'm sorry?
For the record, the date that you entered into that agreement with Ms. Signer?
Was on there.
Okay, I can't speak for you. The evidence has to come for you.
Okay. What it says here, November the 16th.
Of which year, sir?
2000.
So Ms. Signer moved in November 2000, sometime after Mr. Black had moved into the apartment.
Yes.
Can you just, for the jury, briefly describe the layout of the house and how the apartments were set up? Were they different in size and things like that?
There were 2 efficiencies. The size was roughly the same. The only difference, I think, was one had a shower and the other had a bathtub, but they were similar. Both of them...
Do you recall which one?
In size?
Had the shower and the bathtub.
They didn't have both.
They didn't have both?
One or the other.
Okay, which apartment did you lease out to Mr. Black?
The one with the shower.
And what number?
Number 1.
Apartment number 1. Okay. And the apartment that you rented in November, then to Ms. Signer, was apartment number what?
Number 2.
Just backing up a little bit to Morris Black again, was there any particular instructions he was given as to whether he was to pay you on a monthly basis? When were you expecting the rent to be due?
Usually stipulated on the contract, it's usually due on the 1st, and they usually had a grace period of 5 days, which is also in the contract. That was the grace period, 5 days. After the 5th, it would be late. The rent would be late.
Okay, do you have personal recollection as to how Mr. Black made his payments to you, whether it was traveler's checks or cashier's checks?
It was mostly by personal check.
Personal check, okay. And do you recall anything particular about these checks that you would receive from Mr. Black that caught your attention, so to speak?
Well, except for the fact that he made different notes and put them on the check, but otherwise it was nothing peculiar to be recorded on that one. I said that there was nothing that took special attention.
When you said he made notes on the checks, was that writing just all over the check or any particular thing?
Well, he was writing on top of the check. He would be writing different things. I really don't remember anymore. It just looked a little odd writing all those things on the check. But I don't really remember the details. You would have to have a copy of it and look for yourself.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever have any problem with him paying late, or was he always timely in his payments?
No, he was very particular paying on time, actually before time. He stressed always that he would be rather paying before it's due than after, and so he did. He always paid 2, 3, 4 days in advance.
And he made it clear to you that that's the way he wanted to do business with you.
Yeah, he didn't want, he had this thing about owing money to anybody, and he wanted to make sure I got the rent on time.
Mr. Black's apartment, can you describe it? Was it a one-room, a two-room, a combination?
Well, it's one of that old buildings that converted. It was an efficiency, and the kitchen was rather large, almost as large as the living room. There was 2 rooms with a shower.
Was there any physical door separating the kitchen area and
There was no door, it was just an opening.
and then a restroom?
And then a restroom which was adjacent to the shower, next to the shower.
Did the apartment have both electric and gas, or do you recall?
It had both electric and gas.
Do you know if Mr. Black ever connected the gas, or was that something that you were responsible for, utilities? How did that work?
No, normally they would all pay their own utilities. That would include gas and electricity, and that's what I would be responsible for. Except for Mr. Black, he never did have his gas turned on.
And the hot water heaters for those apartments, were those individual or a common hot water heater?
They were individual, they belonged to the apartment, so you had to have it turned on from the gas company to have hot water.
So Mr. Black never had hot water?
Never did.
Did you have much interaction with Mr. Morris Black while he was in your apartment there?
Mostly about complaints. He would call me.
He would call you complaining on others, or people would call him, or about complaining about him, or both?
No, he usually would let me know what's going on, the complaints. Usually it would be complaints, what he didn't like, and he kept me very informed this way, that what was going on. Mostly it was from what he didn't like.
And did it have to deal with other tenants in your home, or other?
Yeah, mostly other tenants.
And do you recall what type of things he would complain about? Any recollection?
Well, he would say the door wasn't locked, the dryer is too loud, they've been running the washer or dryer too late, making too much noise, and so on.
Would he share with you anything that he did in response to those things that were causing him problems? Did he ever take action on his own that you were made aware of?
Well, he told me he always what he didn't like, so I usually tried to calm him down, say, well, this is the way it should be or shouldn't be, and that he was to somehow fit in and interact with the proper way with the other residents in the building.
And you said, I noticed you said, try to calm him down. Is it fair to say he got pretty excited about too much noise, or?
Well, Mr. Black had a tendency to always raise his voice a little bit more than normal. My assumption was that maybe it was because he was up to 71 years old and he was hard of hearing. And even when he called me, usually he called me by telephone, he would always have a loud voice, raises his voice always. But I got used to that. I mean, I figured he was maybe a little bit deaf or something. So that's what happens sometimes when people get a little older. But I didn't make anything special out of it.
Let me ask you, did you receive other complaints from your tenants then regarding his actions in any particular fashion?
I don't remember offhand. It could have been that Mr. Henriquez mentioned something one time, but I am not sure. I think it was more after the fact that he told me that it was a problem there with the washer and the dryer, but I knew this already from Mr. Black himself.
And when you say knew it from Black, are you referring to the noise that the washer and dryer made that?
Yeah, he turned on the washer or turned them off. Like at 8 or 8:30, he would say it's too loud. He would just turn off the dryer or the washer or whichever. Sometimes he moved the clothes around, this or that. Said they should have more clothes in the washer or in the dryer. Why they wasted energy, or he made, of course, noise about it because he was bothered by the fact that the laundry, the washer, and dryer were going, because he took his bed from the living room where the bed is supposed to be into the kitchen, and that bed was right next to the laundry, right on the wall next to the laundry, and that's why it caused the noise was a little bit more pronounced. And I had advised him several times, why do you not just take the bed and put it where it belongs in the living room, in this case, since this is an efficiency? But he was always concerned about costs, and so he, particularly in the cooler time of the year, he would just have a blanket in the opening, put a blanket in the opening, and would just basically live in the kitchen.
And that was to take advantage, I guess, of
To save money.
the heat.
On the heating, because he had no gas, or he used probably his burner or electrical heating.
So this washroom then was common to anyone who wanted to come down. It was in between what apartments in your home?
Anybody that lived there that were able to have access.
Its physical location, though, was it in between which two apartments?
The washer and the dryer?
Yes, sir.
Well, it was right next to the wall where he put his bed.
Okay. And what distance separated apartment 1 from apartment number 2? How much distance would you estimate were between apartment number 1, the door to apartment number 1, and the door to apartment number 2?
Just a few feet, and the hallway was 4 or 5 feet, and the door from Mr. Black was just a little farther down from the door of Miss Signer, which I would say 5 feet maybe down, and it was 4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
I never measured it, but I would have to guess it.
Did he ever make any complaints to you about the outside porch light?
Well, he had that thing about electricity, and even so, I told him that I would give him $10 off from his rent for the outside lights, which were low-draining, low-wattage lights that would go on in the evening and go out automatically in the morning. He was not satisfied with his bill, or he was suspicious if he got the right deal or whatever. I don't know what it was exactly that made him to check on the breaker box to see which light belonged to him, what he is paying for, what he is not paying for. Mr. Black was a very suspicious man. He didn't trust anybody. If he trusts anybody, I don't know, but he was very, very suspicious of anything.
Was he also suspicious of you?
Yes, of course, suspicious.
In what way?
Well, he felt maybe I didn't treat him fair, or I charged. I had too much hanging on that light meter, or he paid too much. So I explained to him later on too. I said, "Listen, you pay $10 less, and the lights actually don't take more than $4, $5, $6 a month." So he still got a deal, but it was not. I don't think he believed me.
Did you ease his concerns in any way when you reduced his rent by $10, or did he continue to complain about the light?
Well, not to me, but it's obvious that when he was trying to go around to the breaker and turn off the other people's electricity, and in one particular case, Miss Conway's breaker must have forgotten to put it back on again or whichever, but he still was probing around. He was suspicious that he didn't get what was supposed to be coming to him, that he paid too much for his electricity. He figured the light on his meter he was paying for, he shouldn't be paying for.
Mr. Dillmann, under the terms of your contract, were there any provisions made for you to have access to those apartments?
Yes, for various reasons.
Maintenance and such as that?
That's correct.
Just to check and make sure things are okay. All right. Was there any set routine to when you might check in on those apartments, or did it just come after you have been given notice of a problem?
After I had been given notice of a problem.
And was it your nature to take steps to check in on those matters in either morning or afternoon, or just whenever it was convenient for you?
No, if it was a very important problem, anything major, of course, I would have access right away. But usually somebody would have called me and would let me know, and then that particular person usually would be the one who has the problem, would let me in. But in general, I like to catch somebody, the resident. If I had something to do, I would sometimes catch them here or there and tell them that I need to have to see the apartment to have entry in.
At some point after Mr. Black moved into your home, do you recall coming into contact with anyone who described themselves as the brother-in-law of the lady who wanted to see about renting apartment number 2 from you?
What are you asking about?
I'm asking you, how did it develop that you rented apartment number 2 to a Dorothy Signer?
Well, somebody called me.
And how did they represent themselves to you?
As far as I remember, always as the brother-in-law or friend in the beginning, probably. The first time I had contact with that person was probably, he said, a friend or whatever. Later on, it was the brother-in-law mostly.
And did that person offer you any description of the characteristics or condition of Miss Signer, who was interested in renting this apartment?
No, the first time he would say that he had a friend that he would be interested in renting this apartment, the efficiency.
Did you ever have a face-to-face meeting with the friend, the brother-in-law?
Only from a distance mostly, never close up.
Would that have been after the rental agreement was signed or before?
After the rental agreement was signed, later on.
Who, in fact, did you execute the contract with then? Was it the brother-in-law or Dorothy Signer?
Dorothy Signer.
And where did that take place?
In the apartment.
And did Dorothy Signer present herself as someone who could speak with you, or what did you learn once you met Miss Signer?
She was mute and she communicated, so she was writing down everything on a sheet of paper.
And do you recall how soon it was before you executed the contract, or was that all on the same day you met her and you did the contract?
The same day.
Okay. And in comparison to Mr. Black's apartment, what type of apartment did Dorothy Signer have? Larger one, smaller one, same size?
Like I said earlier, they seemed to me pretty much the same. I never took measurements, except for one had a shower and the other had a bathtub. Maybe the bath was a little larger.
Do you recall if they had the same carpet in each?
Carpets were the same also, I think.
Carpet?
Uh-huh.
Let me ask you this. Earlier you spoke about Mr. Black's utilities. Did Miss Signer give you any indication how she wanted to handle her utilities?
Well, at first we agreed she would be paying her own utilities, and then later on she contacted me and said if it's really not a big bother, she would rather have me take care of the utilities.
And why did you avoid routinely in your previous, if you did, why did you not want to be responsible for utilities, just for the record?
Well, that's the way I usually rent apartments. Everybody is responsible to their own utilities.
Did you remember the payment you agreed upon with Miss Signer originally, given that she would be responsible for the utilities, how much she was to pay?
No, we never talked exactly how much it would be, except when it came to she wanted me to take care of it. She said whatever it is, she would be paying it, and if it's more, she would be paying more, and that was that. Under the circumstances at the time, I thought I could see a good reason why she would not want to take care of going to the gas company, calling the gas company or the electric company and get gas and electricity in her own name. Because if she's mute, I guess it creates a problem at times, I would think.
Again, I am showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this as the contract you executed with Dorothy Signer?
Yes.
Mr. Dillmann, could you tell the jury again the date of execution of this contract? When was the lease to begin?
November 16th, 2000.
And what amount of security deposit was required?
It was $300, and that's what it states here.
Okay. And the rental amount to be paid on a monthly basis?
On a monthly basis.
And how much was that rental amount?
It must have made a mistake here. This says 300, but here it says 310.
Okay. What were you collecting from Ms. Signer? This says security deposit, now 300. Is there a difference between security deposit and rental?
Oh, I'm sorry. The security deposit was 300 and the rent was 310. Collecting, I was including the utilities. It was collecting 400.
So you agreed then to keep the utilities and not have her put them in her name?
That's exactly right.
And on the last page of this contract, how was it signed? By which individuals?
Well, it was me and Dorothy Signer.
Okay. Regarding the method of payment, you testified earlier that Morris Black paid by personal check. How did you receive your payments from Ms. Signer? Do you recall if it was a personal checks or traveler's checks or money orders?
It was money orders.
And was it always money orders?
I believe so.
And was that payment something that you received on a monthly basis, or was there some other agreement?
Bi-monthly.
So she paid double the amount, paid for 2 months.
That's correct.
Did Ms. Signer cause you or your tenants any problems that you became aware of?
No.
Do you recall how many times you saw her at the home there, apartment number 2?
2 or 3 times.
And what was the nature of those visits or occasions?
First time when we signed the contract, the second time must have been a plumbing problem or something. It was a maintenance call.
And on both of those occasions, well, I guess the second occasion after the contract, she still represented herself to you as Ms. Signer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I believe you said that you saw her brother-in-law, or who was supposed to be her brother-in-law, after the contract was also executed at some point?
Well, very much later on.
Okay. And was that just in passing, or was that a discussion?
It was one time when he was walking across the street and he came from the apartment, from the building going across the street, and I thought it was him. At the time he was standing on the porch, but I was at least about 15 feet or so away, so it was relatively far. I didn't really get that close a look. I never was very close up to Mr. Durst.
But you think you saw this brother-in-law individual 2 or 3 times?
2 or 3 times.
At what point did you gather that Miss Siner was really not a lady? When did that come to your attention that you knew Miss Siner was not a lady?
Newspapers.
Are you referring to after?
After the fact.
After the fact? And the fact being the death of Morris Black?
Yeah, after the fact.
Okay. And you had occasion to see the defendant, Mr. Durst, before today, have you not? On more than one occasion.
I'm sorry?
Have you seen Mr. Durst before your testimony today? Have you had an opportunity to see him on more than one occasion?
Yeah, when I was here the last time.
And you've previously testified, have you not, to the relationship between Miss Siner and the brother-in-law and Mr. Durst? Do you recall?
Yes, I recall a relationship there.
Based on what you've seen of these 3 individuals that have represented,
2 individuals.
These 2 individuals, Miss Siner and the brother-in-law, any doubt in your mind as to who Miss Siner was and who the brother-in-law was?
Well, Mr. Durst was very convincing as Miss Siner. I mean, I still am not able to even say if that's the same person. Obviously, it is, but as I indicated before, you have to dress him up in the same outfit.
So the defendant convinced you, I gather, that he actually was a woman?
Well, now I don't know, of course. Yeah, I mean, you got to, but what I'm saying here is only this, that Miss Siner was a very convincing middle-aged woman.
Okay.
So take it from there.
Did the defendant in any capacity, whether brother-in-law or Miss Siner, ever indicate to you that he had any type of problem with Morris Black?
No.
Did you make anything of that you had at least one neighbor that wasn't having a problem with Morris Black?
Well, if you have one neighbor you don't have any problems, you hardly ever see or would consider a good resident, I would say yeah.
So if you're a good resident, you are referring to that?
A good resident is one you never see, yes.
And in this case, that would be the defendant, Mr. Durst, correct?
That would be the defendant, Mr. Durst. In contrast to Mr. Black, yes, that was different, definitely so.
Back to Mr. Black for just a little bit. At some point, did you come to a time when you just felt it was time for Morris Black to move along, to get out of that apartment?
Well, it happened when he went to the electric box in the back and he was fooling around on the breakers of Miss Conway. That's when I finally decided, well, maybe it would be the best not to renew Mr. Black's lease. Miss Conway mentioned to me that if this is the new manager, Mr. Dillmann, I will be moving soon.
And you made a choice to give notice to Mr. Black then to leave the apartment, correct?
I talked to him right away and I told to him that I gave him plenty of time, more time normally than what is stated on the contract. Like it's 1 month usually when you have intention not to renew the lease. I told Mr. Black that it would probably be best for everybody if you could start looking already for a new place to live.
Was that a verbal communication to Mr. Black, or did you also provide him written notice?
At this time, it was a verbal one.
Do you recall what month that was?
It was roughly about a month before I sent him the notice that I would no longer renew his lease, which by law I am obligated to do in written.
Under your contract, right?
Under the contract, yeah.
I'm showing you again, sir, what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1. If I could refer you to the front page, do you recognize that as your eviction letter, so to speak, for Morris Black?
It's not an eviction letter, it's just a statement that I will not renew his lease. It's not an eviction. I am not a lawyer, but that's not an eviction.
This is your written notice to him that you would not be renewing his lease.
That's correct.
And also contained in your exhibit that you previously identified as the contract that you executed with Morris Black. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Dillmann, if you would please can I have the witness read this into the record?
Yes.
And just please start with a date and read the entire document that you sent him.
July 13th, 2001, Mr. Morris Black, 2213 Avenue K, Apartment 1, Galveston, Texas, 77550. Dear Mr. Black, your contract to lease apartment number 1 at 2213 Avenue K expires August 14th, 2001. I will not renew your lease past that date. This letter will serve as written notice for termination as required by the contract.
Mr. Dillmann, is there some reason you didn't hold him to that notice? Can you explain for us?
It is because he was a difficult resident. He was complaining constantly, calling me late hours and shouting into the telephone, which I explained already earlier that he probably had a hearing problem, but still it's on a regular basis. This was not the only reason I suggest for him to leave, of course. It was because of the run-in with the other residents in the building that caused serious concern to me. And so I thought it might be the best for all concerned that he start looking for another apartment.
And the run-in with the other residents, you were referring to what you previously testified about, switching the breaker box and things like that.
Well, the breaker box he didn't tell me, but he told me he was probing around, that I heard from, of course, Mrs. Conway.
Okay.
But 95% he would tell me himself that he didn't like and that he had a run-in with this person or with that person and what the problem was.
So other than Miss Conaway then, you were learning from Morris Black himself the problems that he caused.
Oh yeah, he was generous with his opinion, yes.
I understand from what you just read that you told him that lease was going to terminate, I believe, on August 14th of 2001?
That's correct.
It's plain from what we know that he was not
He has not left.
out by August 14th. If you recall, for what reason did you allow him to stay beyond that date, beyond August 14th, 01?
Well, he was promising that he would find something, and he told me that he hasn't found anything and that it would be okay instead of the 14th if he could stay up until the 1st. I think it was September, wasn't it? Yeah, I believe so, the 1st of September. And then from there on, he still, after the 1st of October, I got that note that he would be staying. He sent me another check.
You received another check in October for October's rent?
Yeah, before. It was 2 or 3 days before, let's say 26th to 27th. He always happened to send those checks relatively early, so I didn't quite understand what the situation was. He said in that note that he would be moving. I got you. I think it was something like that. I got your message and I will be moving. That's what he said, something in that respect. So if he would be moving, I thought, why would he send me another check? So I forgot, well, maybe he's a little confused, so I was going to talk to him about it, but I never had a chance.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall if the October rent came in the form of a personal check with a writing on it, or if it came in the form of some type of cashier's or traveler's check?
It didn't come as a check. I think it came as a cashier's check with a note attached, which I just mentioned what the contents were.
Mr. Dillmann, I'm showing you one individual page out of State Exhibit 150. And if you would, could I ask you to step down, please, in front of the jury, and as we show the jury the top check on that page, could you describe what that check shows, from whom to whom?
On the top of the check it says, this check is for $300. Then normally when you put the name, it says Klaus Dillmann. Behind it is $300 with several X's. $300 written out. And then this is, underneath it, it says, this is for all. Can you make that out? Own. This is for all months. Maybe it's all months. It says, due now. I mean, it is hard to read on this one. Maybe you can make something out of it.
Who is it signed by, sir?
Morris Black.
Again, you were referring to the top of the check of this record. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And the writing that you previously testified to that Morris Black wrote on his checks, that's what you were referring to, the extra writing, so to speak.
That's correct.
Let me show you another check. If you would, please read what you are able to discern on that check had written at the top.
Well, it says was on top, this check is for $300. Then the normal writing of my name, $300, and a lot of X's behind it, $300 again. And then this is for all money I owe now until 2000. There's a number here, and then Morris Black.
Signed by Morris Black? Again, this check exhibits the same writing that you mentioned accustomed to on the checks that you received from Mr. Black?
Yes, sir.
I have one more, sir. The same question on this one, referring you to the third item down.
Yeah, the same thing again. This check is for so-and-so at 2213K, apartment 1, and then the usual amount.
Signed by Morris Black?
Morris Black.
I'm showing you another page. Are you able to read this or not?
I don't think so.
No, you're not? Okay. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. But your memory is such that the October check came in the form of something other than a personal check, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you received any type of notice from Ms. Signer, the defendant, as to whether or not he was going to be leaving anytime soon because he decided to look for a new home, anything like that?
No.
You mentioned that you communicated at times with Ms. Signer through handwritten notes. Is that correct?
Ms. Signer communicated to me with handwritten notes, note-wise version.
Thank you for correcting me on that. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 3, 4, and 5. Are you able to recognize these documents?
Yeah, they are.
It's communications you received from Ms. Signer?
That's correct.
Mr. Dillmann, you gave Morris Black notice again in October, right? October of 2001, that he was going to be asked to leave.
It says here July 13th, 2001.
So it would have been August of 2001 that he was supposed to be out.
That's correct. No, actually, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was supposed to be.
And you mentioned that you received a note. Do you personally really remember whether or not you received that with a September payment, or you received that with an October payment? Do you still have that note?
No.
You mentioned some note.
No.
Do you remember if it came with the September payment or the October payment?
It was a lot of stuff ridiculously written, and I just threw it in the trash can. I didn't think I would need it. I would need it one day.
Mr. Dillmann, we made a copy of the original filing to see if this is any easier for you to read out of States Exhibit 150. Are you able to read?
I need it larger when you get my age, yeah.
I apologize. If you can't read it, I will just read it into the record.
Why don't you read it into the record, because I can't see. I would have to be guessing.
Regarding out of States Exhibit 150, Travelers Express MoneyGram, paid to the order of Klaus Dillmann by Morris Black, address 2213 Avenue K, number 1. And the date written at the bottom says October rent. And I pass the witness without your honor.
You may proceed.
Yes. Mr. Dillmann, did I understand you to say that you also received a check from Morris Black with all of his writing over it for that same rent?
I only got one time an amount of what he owes.
Well, maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you said that on September the 26th, you received a check from Morris Black.
I thought it was a check, but I could have been mistaken. It could have been a money order.
Likewise, about the date, September the 26th, is there other evidence that the money order wasn't even bought until either October the 1st or September the 30th? Would that be? Do you have any records of when you actually received the check?
No.
I mean, excuse me, the money order.
No.
Okay, let me go back to the beginning then. What I understood you to say is that you got a call from someone wanting to rent the apartment, right?
That's correct.
And that was from a man saying that his friend or sister-in-law wanted to rent the apartment.
That was what I understood a brother-in-law of Miss Signer.
He was the brother-in-law, and he said the sister-in-law wanted to rent the apartment.
Yes, that Miss Signer had a friend, a female friend, which was interested in the apartment vis-a-vis across the hall. He heard that this apartment would be vacant.
Okay, did the person that called you, did you recognize that voice later on as being the same person that called you several times about Miss Siner?
It seemed the same voice, Mr. DeGuerin.
Did you notice anything kind of unusual about the way the person, the man who called about Miss Siner, spoke?
Nothing unusual.
Well, by unusual, I mean, would you recognize a Texas accent as opposed to a New York City accent? Could you tell the difference?
Well, I certainly could tell a Texas accent.
It was not a Texas accent, was it?
And I could tell, well, New York is harder to tell for me.
And that's because your native language is German, right?
I have a capacity of the English language.
I have no problem with that. But my question is, do you know whether the person who called you sounded like they had a New York accent?
I didn't detect any such thing.
But it certainly wasn't a Texas accent, was it?
No.
Okay. Now, shortly after this person called you, this person said, Miss Siner will meet you at the apartment and sign the lease, right?
Are you talking about the beginning of...
Yes, the very beginning.
Yes.
And then you went to the apartment, 2213 Avenue K, number 2, and a woman showed up.
And a woman was standing on the porch.
Okay, and that woman had on a wig, or, well, that woman had long hair.
No, it was a shorter hair wig.
Not as short as yours.
Well, it would have made it much less for me, to be honest.
Would have made it, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, it would have made it much easier for me, to be honest.
Sure. Did you tell whether it was a wig or not?
Sure, but I couldn't tell. I really wasn't looking for a wig.
All right.
It was a nice coiffured hairdo. You know, they make some good wigs these days. You can tell. Unless you're really looking for it. I mean, I used to be in the business. I should know.
Used to have a wig business in Houston?
Oh, yes. I used to be in the business for 40 years, yes.
And did you make any kind of judgment about this woman that was wearing, by the way, what color was the wig?
It was frosted.
Frosted?
If you know what that is, highlights, they call it, I guess. Highlights, frosted, highlights.
We're going to start at the same time, aren't we?
It's frosted.
All right. Frosted, kind of like it was part blonde and part gray?
A darker color.
All right.
Let's put it this way, a little darker than frosted, okay?
Okay, well, did you think that the woman was attractive?
It wouldn't be my type.
Fair enough. If that's what you mean, if you were asking me, oh, that's you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If that's what you mean, if you're asking me, was it in general terms speaking attractive woman, I would say looked like a middle-aged woman with a flat bust, no bust, maybe it had a problem there too besides the muteness, and I wasn't going to go into that, of course. I felt sorry for the poor thing.
All right.
So when you ask me, did she look attractive to a man, I would say, well, if you like Mr. Black, well, I don't know really. I mean, Mr. Black had other problems, I think, than looking at women, and as far as looking attractive, no, I would say, well, maybe average. Wasn't my type. That's all I can tell you, okay?
Good enough. All right. Now, the next question has to do with what I take from you as you were pleased with Miss Siner as a tenant.
Very much so.
Number one, you didn't see her very much.
That's why.
And that's one good criteria of a tenant, as you say.
Yes, that's what I would consider good criteria.
And the very limited communication that you had with Miss Siner was in note form. And those notes were generally very pleasant, weren't they?
Very pleasant, controlled.
And I know you have seen them, and the jury has seen them, but they are not technically in the record. I want to just read them real quickly. Here states exhibit number 3. It says, Dear Klaus, encloses $1,000. Please apply to December and January rent and use the balance for my utility bills. Thank you, Dorothy Siner. That was the note she wrote, correct?
Correct.
And then the other writing on that piece of paper is actually your writing and how you figured out how to apply this, right?
Yeah, well, it was a little under the thoughts and how I had received the payments. I had already write it down so I know what I was getting and what I wasn't.
I think I understand that. What you are saying is it was more than was owed for rent and you applied it the way you thought.
That's exactly right.
Very good, thank you. Second one. State's Exhibit number 4. Dear Klaus, Sunday. Enclosed is $1,200 for February, March, and April rent. I think that is correct, although I'm not sure about February. Then there's a circle around that and a note. I do remember now. I think I did pay towards February. Please apply to May.
That's exactly what I did.
Of course, because Ms. Signer is paying you in advance for the rent.
She was. She wanted to pay me for a whole year in advance, and I didn't want to have it that way.
Okay, and then at the bottom, the hot water stopped working today. Please repair. Let me ask you, that's a different tone of complaint than the kind of complaints you got from Morris Black, isn't it?
Yes.
It goes on, I hope all is well with you, and I hope it stops raining. Yours, Dorothy.
Dorothy.
And then again, another note at the bottom, utilities. If I am not paying proper amounts, please tell me. Also, I hope it is okay that I've been leaving bicycle on porch.
Bicycle on porch? No, I forgot about that.
Well?
But I am sure it was there. I never seen a bicycle on the porch, though.
You didn't see it?
No, but I didn't drive by there every day, but it must have been one of those bicycles you don't see.
Okay, and then here's the last one. At least the last one that you kept, State's Exhibit 5. Dear Klaus, rent for May and June. Dorothy, Apartment 2, 2213 Avenue K. Were there other notes that you might have discarded?
Might have.
And those generally show the nice relationship you had with Dorothy Signer as a tenant. Isn't that right?
That is correct, if you can call it a relationship.
Well, in the way a landlord-tenant relationship.
Yeah.
Certainly I'm not inferring anything else.
Okay.
Now, at some point, you got some kind of information that Dorothy Signer's brother-in-law might be staying in the apartment, right?
I think she mentioned it before that, about somebody might be visiting her brother-in-law, if that's okay, if he can visit once in a while and stay in here for a short while. I think he had already that agreement right from the start.
So when you first met with Dorothy Signer, she let you know, I suppose with a note, that her brother-in-law might be staying in the apartment also.
Not staying on a constant basis, no. When I discussed in the beginning, I asked her if she needs anybody to help her with the furniture, the move, or anything I could do for her, and then we came into, she said no. She had a brother-in-law, I believe she said, and then later on she added if that would be okay if he comes by once in a while and stayed for a short time. That was the whole conversation about the brother-in-law altogether.
And although you're saying conversation, what you mean by that is Dorothy Signer was writing notes.
By communicating through writing things down, because Miss Signer was mute, and we communicated through a piece of paper.
Sure.
Because I didn't use a piece of paper.
We understand. Now, Miss Signer let you know that she would travel extensively from time to time and would not be there, right?
That's correct, Mr. DeGuerin.
And when she was not there, perhaps her brother-in-law might be there on a temporary basis.
I don't think he would. I don't know. I don't remember we would go into detail like this, but...
Maybe not that detailed, but it was...
It wouldn't have mattered either way. I hardly ever seen her, and the brother-in-law I didn't see either. So I didn't see it was a concern of mine that he would be abusing the rent privilege.
Sure. You didn't want one person to be living there and then have 8 or 10 other people coming in and out.
Well, I knew right away they weren't...
That wasn't happening.
The type of people that would do that.
Sure, but you did see a man who you believed to be Dorothy Signer's brother-in-law a couple of times, didn't you?
On the porch from afar, as I said, one time on the porch, one time I saw him walking across the street from about 30 or 40 away. But he was crossing the street, yes, and I recognized him then.
Did you have a conversation?
No, I didn't have any conversation. I only asked one time. I think once or twice I asked from far. We never stand close together. I mean, eye contact or anything like this. It was always from a distance.
Okay, I want to do something we've already done before the jury was selected, when we had some hearings. And I want you to take a look at Bob Durst. In fact, I will have him stand up here. Stand up, please, Bob. Take a look at Bob Durst. He looks like that man that you thought was Dorothy Signer's brother-in-law, doesn't he?
With the color of his hair, I think he had darker hair.
Well, he might have gotten a little grayer worrying about this, but...
Maybe at the time he had darker hair. He didn't have gray hair.
Look at him again. Can you imagine him with a frosted wig on?
No. You just put him on there, put the jumpsuit on, whatever he used, and the scarf and that wig, the whole thing, and then I say yes, 100%. Otherwise, I have to go with the 80.
80%?
Or they want to have some fun too. After all, it's costing quite an inconvenience here.
No, sir, not at all. I just want your best.
The best bet is that pretty close that comes to, that's the fact. It was...
As I understand it, it's about 80%?
80%. I'm staying with that.
Okay, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. That's what you said, right? About 80%.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and of course he looks a lot paler now than he did when you saw him, when you thought he was Dorothy Siner's brother-in-law, and he looks a lot paler than Dorothy Siner looked when you saw her, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now I want to bring into the court and have you identify a scale model of the apartment as well as a diagram. While I'm getting the diagram, I will ask for the scale model to be brought in. We've conversed with the prosecutor about this, Judge. I have marked the diagram as Defendant's Exhibit 7. I'll mark the scale model as Defendant's Exhibit 8. We would move to introduce it at this time for demonstrative purposes, Your Honor.
It's admitted for demonstrative purposes. Your Honor, if we could have just for recognition for the jury that this is not to scale?
Actually, it is, and I can have that explained, but he doesn't know that.
Are you referring to the walls? Are you referring to the placement of the stove? Or are you referring that every item on that diagram is to scale?
Every item in the diagram, that's in the diagram, yes. The furniture is not in the diagram, but everything in the diagram is to scale. Mr. Dillmann, if we can be heard over the movement here, there came a time recently, with your permission, some folks from my office came in and took some measurements of the apartment, right?
Right.
Take a look first at Defendant's Exhibit 7, which is the diagram, please, sir. And then take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 8, which is the scale model. They both fairly and accurately represent apartment number 2 at 2213 Avenue K, don't they?
Yes.
Thank you. When you saw apartment 2, 2213 Avenue K, it had in the living room a round table, an office chair, and a bed, didn't it?
Yeah, and the television, and then there was a little stand-up lamp in that corner.
A television set and a lamp, right?
That's correct.
And the stove and the sink and the refrigerator and so forth are properly placed along with the bathtub and the toilet, the sink, right?
That's accurate.
Okay. Morris Black, let me talk about him for a moment. Morris Black gave you problems, didn't he?
Gave me what?
Problems.
He was difficult, let's put it this way.
Did you require any kind of references or to previous landlords before he moved in?
No.
Did you know of any of the previous apartment buildings or duplexes or houses where he had lived in Galveston before he moved into your place?
He just told me that he owned a house and just sold it.
But did you know, that is, of any of the previous landlords? Did you talk to any of his previous landlords?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to any of the people at Rosenberg Library about Mr. Black?
No.
He became difficult with the other tenants, at least with Miss Conaway and with the Enriquez's, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
This thing about going into Miss Conway, am I saying it correctly, Miss Conaway?
I believe so.
About going into Miss Conaway's breaker box and turning off her breakers, you had a conversation with Morris Black in which he explained to him that he wasn't getting billed for anybody else's electricity.
Yeah, I told him. I said, well, I had a conversation before, but not about the breaker box. No, this conversation was because of Miss Conway. She said, if Mr. Black is going to be the manager from here on, I will be moving. And that's what she told me. So I said, Miss Conway, don't worry about it. I'll talk to Mr. Black, and I will not renew this lease.
I understand that.
And that's what I did.
And what I'm talking to you about happened before the conversation with Miss Conway. By the way, Miss Conway works for UTMB, doesn't she?
I know she worked for the city at the time when she was moving. I don't know where she is working now.
Well, let me back up for a second. When didn't Morris Black complain to you thinking that lights in the hallway, the washing machine, lights on the porch were all being billed to his electricity.
No, he just said the hall lights.
Okay, and he didn't believe you when you told him that it wasn't. Isn't that right?
Well, I don't think he believed. No, he didn't believe.
He was very suspicious of you, wasn't he?
Well, that's what I said before, yes. Very suspicious. I am a very suspicious fellow, right?
You told him nothing but the truth. Isn't that right?
Well, I treated him like I always run my businesses.
But nonetheless, he was always distrustful of you and anybody else that you saw him come into contact with, wasn't he?
I don't know about anybody else. As far as distrustful, I only can speak for myself. He was suspicious about everything. He didn't trust the world. He was...
You know the word paranoia?
I know the term, but I wouldn't be using it unless I would be a psychiatrist.
Well, you know that he had difficulty with Enriquez, don't you?
Well, he told me himself that he had a problem and he was taking out to do the washing or something.
And you knew he had difficulty with Ms. Conway?
Yes.
Both from what he said and from what Ms. Conway said, right?
Right.
In fact, let's get to this getting into the breaker box. What did it take physically for Morris Black to get into Ms. Conway's breaker box and turn off her electricity?
What are you asking me?
What did he have to do that?
Just walk back there and open the breaker box. It's not locked. I mean, anybody can go and just open the breaker box. I've never seen a breaker box locked with a latch and lock on it. All you do is pull down the breakers. And so I told him that from here on, this is the story, and I pay your light bill. From here on, I will have it in my name, and so you have no reason anymore. And the remaining time, you will be here in this apartment and have no reason to touch the breaker box again. And that was that. I don't think he did any more as long as he was living there.
Well, in the conversations you had with Ms. Conway, when she said something to the effect that, if he's going to be the manager, I'm going to be leaving, did you get from that Ms. Conway thought Morris Black was the manager of the apartment?
No, she made it up herself. She just called him manager. It was just a phrase, I believe, she used.
Well, was Morris Black kind of acting like he ran the place?
Well, if you turn somebody's breaker box, go in somebody's breaker box and turn off the electricity, you would assume maybe it's the new manager and he's fixing some lights somewhere or something going on. I mean, you would come to that assumption, so I understand why she said what she said.
Sure. Well, let's look at that for a moment. Ms. Conway lived alone, didn't she?
Occasionally, she had a daughter, I believe, come by and stayed for a little while with her.
But for the most part, she lived in the back apartment by herself, right?
That is so.
A working lady who worked long hours during the day and was there at night, right?
I hardly ever see her. I don't know if she came late. She worked late until 9, 10 sometimes. It was hard to get a hold of her.
Wouldn't that be pretty frightening for a lady who lived alone to have some man come cut her electricity off in the middle of the night?
Middle of the night, I don't know about middle of the night, but if you say so, maybe Miss Conway said that was the case. Well, yes, that's why I said, well, that's it, Mr. Black, and after all, he was 71-year-old man. You can't just throw laws against throwing somebody on the street, aren't there? You have to have a little bit...
Well, you have to do it right, and you did it the right way.
Well, you have to have a little compassion, too. After all, obviously, the guy had a little problem there, you know.
What you said to yourself or said to him, that's it. That's the final straw.
Well, the final straw is if you don't renew the lease. In this particular case, I said it was the best way of action.
Okay, and what you decided to do, and what you did do, was you sent him a notice that you would not be renewing his lease.
Not right away. It was about 2 months before that, before the lease would have on its own expired. So I told him right away, very ahead of time. I told him he had plenty of time to look for another place of your liking, but you really have to think about moving.
First you told him in person, right?
First in person, and then I went by the usual ways of sending this notice that his lease would not be renewed 1 month before it should have actually taken place.
Secondly, you sent him the letter that's dated July the 13th, I am not going to renew your lease.
That's correct, sir.
And by the terms of that letter you sent him, he should have moved out by August the 14th, right?
That's correct.
But he didn't.
He didn't.
You didn't make any further efforts to move him out?
Well, what kind of effort do you think I could use to move him out? Physically, or have the police come bring him, or go through the normal course of proceeding, which usually takes 2, 3, 4 months before you get somebody out. So no, I discussed the problem with him, and he said he'd been looking and he hasn't found anything yet, but he's really trying hard. I said, Mr. Black, please try a little harder, and when you do think you could come up with another place, soon.
Kind of putting you off, right?
I wouldn't call it putting off, but maybe he had problems finding another place. How about that?
Then you got a phone call from a man inquiring about whether that apartment was going to be up for rent, didn't you?
It happened just to the end of his lease, somewhere around the end of September, I believe.
Actually, it was in August, wasn't it? After you sent this, or after he was supposed to have moved out?
It was just short before he was supposed to move out. I think it was more like in September.
And this person called and just out of the blue and said, well, is the apartment going to be vacant? I might want to rent it, something of that nature.
I still like to call it the brother-in-law called me and said he heard Mr. Black would be moving and he had...
The voice sounded a lot like brother-in-law of Dorothy Siner, didn't it?
That's what it sounded like.
And he was just saying, now is he going to be moving out? Or are you going to have this apartment for rent? Or tell us about that conversation.
He said he was, Miss Siner was interested in having a friend coming down. She has, I asked if it was a female friend or a female or a male or a man friend. I think it was a female friend coming down and would be interested in the apartment vis-a-vis the form of Mr. Black's apartment. I said, that says something new to me. I said, I don't know. He has moved out yet.
Did you get the idea that perhaps Mr. Black, Morris Black, was having somebody test you to see if you were going to move him out?
Why should I get an idea like that? I didn't have any ideas.
Well, didn't you say to that person, well, I don't know what the old man is going to do. He may stay?
I didn't say, I never call him old man. I don't remember. That's your words. I call him, no, that's news to me. I said, as far as I know, Mr. Black is still in the apartment. He just sent me another check for a month's rent. That's what I said.
Okay, and so you had already made up your mind, hadn't you, that because Mr. Black, Morris Black, paid the rent always on time.
Before time.
And sometimes before time.
Not sometimes, all the time before time.
Always before time, that maybe you're not going to kick him out after all.
No, it never entered my mind. I thought it would be best for all concerned that Mr. Black find another place, but I didn't see the urgency that I had to kick him out. I had to have legal action against him. I figured he would get out eventually. He promised to find another place, and he was sincere about it, but maybe he had problems locating a place. But of course, after September, going into October, I would have to have a serious talk with him and say, well, what about it? But, you have a man who is 71 years old, and he obviously has problems, like I said earlier. You don't want to put him on the street, or do you want to be trying to threaten him with the law? I wanted to get him out peacefully.
Okay, well, when this conversation happened, when this man called and asked if this apartment was going to be vacant, you had just received another check from Mr. Black. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And the check you received from Mr. Black is the one that was dated August the 28th, and it was clearly from Mr. Black. Isn't that right?
If it says so, yes.
Well, here is my copy of it. I think it's in this group that you've already identified. It's a check dated August 28th, 01.
That's his check.
Right? And that's the check you were talking about that you just received from him.
August 28th.
Yes.
It was September we were talking about.
Well, of course you knew that. You knew in September you had just received the August 28th check.
No, I received the October check.
Mr. Dillmann, I want to ask you about the August 28th check. I found it in State's Exhibit 150. It's one of the ones that you were shown. If you would, hold it there in front of you. And that is a check that by the date on it says August 2801, right?
Correct.
And it's obviously a Morris Black check, right?
That's correct.
It's written on it in several places.
Yes, sir.
It says at the top, this check is for $300, even though he doesn't need to say that. And at the bottom, it says in the for section, for rent for September 01 for the month of September, right?
That's correct.
And he even writes down below his signature, above his signature, this check is for all money I owe you in October 1, 01, M. Black, correct? Have I read that correctly?
That's correct.
By the letter that you sent him, he was supposed to have moved out by August 14th, right?
Yes.
But you got this check after August the 28th, didn't you?
Yes. Well, it's usually 2 or 3 days in the mail, a few days.
And we can tell by the deposit slip that is on the same piece of paper that you deposited this check on August the 31st, right?
Right.
Now, since there's 14 days between August the 14th, when he was supposed to move out, and August the 28th, when he wrote the check, something happened in that time for him to feel secure enough to send you a check for the next month's rent.
Nothing had happened.
Well, didn't you get a phone call from someone kind of testing whether you're going to kick him out?
No, I didn't. I didn't catch a meter to the 1st of September. It was to the 1st. I didn't.
Excuse me a second. That check is for until the 1st of October, isn't it?
The 1st of October, yes.
For the whole month of September.
Well, whole month of September until the 1st of October, right.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, now let me go to another subject. We're through with the check. Sooner after all this stuff happened, after Morris Black's body was found, after Mr. Durst had been arrested in Pennsylvania, there was a lot of publicity. Soon after that, you allowed, because the court asked you to, you allowed some investigators from my office to come to the old apartment, right?
That's correct.
I'm not talking about just recently when they came back out.
Right in the beginning.
In the very beginning. And one of the fellows that came with the investigators was a carpenter, wasn't he?
I don't remember if he said he was a carpenter.
Well, he was a fellow that was pretty handy with patching walls and taking stuff apart and so forth, right?
Well, somebody was patching something, yeah. I don't know.
You were concerned if there was any damage done by the investigators looking at the apartment, that you wanted the apartment to be put back in the same condition or better, right?
Are you talking about the when you went out the second time or the first time?
The first time.
The first time. I didn't talk to any carpenter. I was the carpenter.
Okay, we're not talking about the same thing. I know there was a time when the police went in and took a piece of the wall out of the kitchen area. Didn't they?
Quite a few things there, yes.
But the pieces of wall that the police took out was on the kitchen side of the wall. And I'm referring on Defendant's Exhibit 7. It would be the part of the wall that separates the kitchen from the living room, right?
I don't remember the wall, but they took out the framework of the door.
Well, do you remember before they took anything out, there was some blood? Tiny little blood spots on the side of the wall, on the kitchen side of the wall?
Uh-huh.
You remember that the police room part of the wall took it with them?
The police mentioned to me, well, did you find anything? Because I didn't ever see anything. Oh yeah, we found blood, and this is that.
We will let them testify about that, but the question is, did they take part of that wall, right?
I don't remember the whole wall. I remember the framework of the entrance. They took that all out.
But you do remember that they took part of the wall, not the whole wall.
What do you call part of the wall? 2 inches, 3 inches? I didn't see any major.
Well, I remember the size of it being at least this big.
Around the doorframe, maybe. Around the doorframe, maybe.
Right?
Yeah, they were just taking it out.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the time when some investigators from my office came there with permission and dug out a piece of the door frame on the living room side. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Am I correct, aren't I, that the piece that my investigators dug out was here on the living room side of the wall?
Right.
The wall that separates the kitchen from the living room. It has a passageway that we can see real clearly in this model, right?
Right.
It doesn't have a door it doesn't have a door on, it's just a passageway.
It doesn't have a door on it.
It's almost like an arch, but it's square.
Correct.
And the investigators from my office took a piece of that out and then repaired it for you, didn't they?
That is correct.
Did a nice job repairing it?
It was satisfactory.
Satisfactory enough for you to try to hire one of them?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Let's stretch a little bit.
You know, I'm starting to appreciate the value of the little arguments we have. Because it breaks it up a bit. And here, that's all been removed. So 5-minute stretch. I break this.
Not the recorded stuff.
We can all start arguing if you want.
Thank you. Morris gave you lots of noise complaints, right, Mr. Black?
Who was that?
Mr. Morris Black gave you complaints about noise and things like that.
A noise.
Noise.
Yes.
Any other tenants give you the same type of complaints in the house? Noise related to other tenants?
No.
You hadn't spent any money on that house as far as special insulation or noise reduction or anything like that, had you?
Not for the money they were paying.
Did you have any rules in your rental property, sir, regarding whether or not guns could be in there?
I never was aware that there is provisions in any of the lease contract that they have a provision for guns.
So you didn't have any?
I didn't have any.
Did you ever receive any reports from other tenants about guns going off in apartment number 2?
No.
Did you ever receive any complaints from the Galveston Police Department about shots being fired in your home?
Not in my home, in my building.
In your building at 2213K?
That's correct, no.
No? Okay. To your knowledge, were some of your tenants that were renting at the time, in September of 2001, were they at home during the day or people who had evening-type jobs?
I wouldn't know. I didn't check, and I wouldn't want to be. I didn't want them to be bothered either.
So you don't have any personal knowledge as to whether Mr. Henriquez worked or any of your other tenants worked?
Well, I was assuming that one of them would be working because of the Henriquez family. He would be working during the day, and she would be working in the evening or at night.
You described Norris as being irritating and difficult, correct? Those are your words?
Well, that was just a professional observation.
Personal observation.
personal observation.
Would you agree that, well, let me ask you this. He lived at your property, 2213 Avenue K, for almost a year, did he not?
Yes.
Did you ever see him, or did you ever have personal observation or interaction with him where you felt him to be violent towards you in any way?
Mr. Black didn't have any wholesome figure in the first place. He was a man complaining about heart problems, and no, except for raising his voice, which I attributed to maybe bad hearing, he never threatened me in any way, or did I have the feeling that he wanted to do harm to me in any form.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall if in August of 2001, whether or not the brother-in-law of the defendant called and said he was going to be in and out of apartment 2 for some time?
The brother-in-law was supposed to have called me and let me know he would be in and out.
I'm asking if you have any recollection of any call like that.
No.
Okay. In 2001, directing you back to 2001, do you recall having seen Ms. Siner, the defendant, in that apartment all during the early part of 2001 up until September?
Only in the early part.
Only in the early part?
When the apartment first was leased to her, I saw her, as I said already several times, I saw her about 2 times or 3 times. That was the only time I saw her, and that was in the beginning. Later on, I didn't ever see her again.
Regarding the diagram that's been introduced, the 2 defendants' exhibits and this model, can you speak with certainty as to whether or not the locations indicated for the table, the chair, and the stove on these diagrams are the same as they were on September 28th of 2001?
Pretty close.
Were you in the apartment on September 28th of 2001?
What day was it?
September 28th of 2001. Were you in apartment number 2 on that date?
Is that when Officer Gonzalez was over there, or was that another time? No, I don't remember being there.
Okay. Do you know whether the stove was on September 28th of 2001?
Well, I know when I first came into the apartment, when I opened it up, Officer Gonzalez was there.
The stove was... hold on a second. The stove was in the kitchen?
The stove was in the kitchen, and the restroom was supposed to be where it was.
And I'm not trying to get tricky or anything, but I'm just asking you. This has been introduced as a diagram that's to scale.
That is correct.
When did you let the defendant's team in to make these measurements, to make this scale diagram? Was that recently or not?
Well, just recently, like...
This year, 2003?
Yeah, they wanted to go and have a look at it, take some measurements.
And this looks like, what is your testimony regarding the placement of this table and this chair and this bed and this stove?
It's pretty much close to where it was when I entered the apartment.
When you entered the apartment, did you see any dead body laying on the floor?
Not to my recollection.
My point is, you can't tell us exactly how things were on the day that a body would have been laying on the floor, is that correct?
I would see a body, you know. If there was a body, I would have seen that, and I would have seen blood splattered all over it. But when I came in there, it looked just like it always looked.
Let's go to this telephone call that you were asked about on cross-examination. Do you have a recollection of the brother-in-law calling at some point and giving you knowledge of a friend of Ms. Siner that wanted to rent Morse Black's apartment?
Did I have an exact recollection, or as close? Pretty close, yeah.
It was suggested to you that call came sometime in August. When do you remember that call coming, Mr. Dillmann?
It was after they had already found, I think, no, I don't remember exactly what day it was. It was probably was when I was supposed to be.
I don't know, I'm asking you.
I didn't keep any timing or anything, of course. Maybe you should ask my wife, because she was more up to it to write everything down, because I never thought it was important that I have to write things down.
Why did you find it unusual that a person was calling and trying to rent that apartment?
It was because I just received a check.
Had you received September's check or October's check?
It was October's.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Any more questions?
You didn't get a check in October.
It was a money order.
It was a money order.
It was money either way.
The check that you received was a check from Morris Black.
The one you showed me in August, but go ahead.
As far as the stove is concerned, the stove is in the same place that it's always been in the house. When we went in recently, and when Mr. Durst or Dorothy Shiner or brother-in-law lived there, the stove was in the exact same place that it is now. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
Anything further?
We're agreeing that the connection for the stove was on that same wall. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But you cannot tell us exactly where the stove was on September 28th of 2001, can you? Other than if it was connected, it would have been against this wall. Would that be a fair assessment?
Fair.
And just to make this perfectly clear, I think, you received a payment for October from Morris Black, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it your previous testimony that you had received that check before the call came from the brother-in-law?
That is correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Mr. DeGuerin?
Did anybody ever move that stove? That stove's been in the same place for years, hasn't it?
No, you cannot move it because we have a line back there and you only can pull it either way so far and still have gas.
Thank you. That's all.
Anything else, Mr. Sistrunk?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Dillmann, you're excused.
All right, with that, let's now take our 15-minute, our regular recess until 3:15. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or
Durst is present, Mr. Chesnoff, and our jurors and alternates have returned. Mr. Miata,
Yes, Your Honor. Although it appeared that Klaus Dillmann was concluded on September 29, 2003, he was briefly recalled. It's about 5 minutes of additional testimony, so that's where we're gonna resume.
all right, you may resume the testimony.
You may be seated, Mr. Dillmann. You're still under the same oath you were under the other day, okay?
All right.
You may be seated too. You may proceed.
Mr. Dillmann, I have asked the court's permission to recall you for a further cross-examination to clear up what I believe is a little bit of confusion about your testimony from last week regarding the phone call that you got from a man that sounded like the relative or brother-in-law of Dorothy Siner, who you believe is Mr. Durst. It's true, isn't it, that you got that phone call August the 28th or 29th, not in September or October?
I only remember that for certain that I received a phone call just about right after. I don't know. I couldn't swear to which exactly day. 2 or 3 days later, somewhere around in there.
2 or 3 days after?
But not a month later. 2 or 3 days later.
2 or 3 days after you got the check, the last check from Morris Black, correct?
That's what I remember.
Okay. And so to be real sure about that, I have isolated here in State's Exhibit 150 a true copy of the last check. Not a money order, but the last check you got from Morris Black. It's a check that's dated August the 28th, 01, correct?
Correct.
And your deposit slip is right below that on the same page. It's dated August the 31st, right?
Correct.
And the phone call you got from the man you think is probably Mr. Durst, it sounded like a relative, was a few days after that check. After you got that check, that's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
And here is a calendar for 2001 showing the 29th, 30th, and 31st of August, 2001. Somewhere in those days is when you got the check, and then you got the phone call, right?
I know after I received the last check from Mr. Black, I received a call, and I was surprised when I heard that Mr. Durst was commenting on knowing that the apartment was for lease, and he was interested in speaking in the name of Miss Siner to rent it for a friend from up north.
Right.
That's why I remember it was right after the last check I received from Mr. Black.
Okay, the confusion was when you testified last week, you thought it was after the body had been found. But it was a month before that, wasn't it? 2 months, excuse me. A month.
I don't think I knew anything about a body at the time.
Another lawyer. Exactly. Thank you. Pass the witness.
Any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, if I might. Mr. Dillmann, and I'm not picking on you or anything, but when you testified previously on cross-examination, you were asked about the phone call, and you twice indicated that it was around the end of September on 2 different questions from Mr. DeGuerin, asked you, and you once answered somewhere around the end of September, and then you answered a second time. I think it was more like in September. Did you have an opportunity to review something different prior to today to make a change?
I was assuming it simply because I was told. I don't know if you were saying it, but somebody was saying it, that it was money order sent to me from Mr. Black.
Did you receive a money order from Mr. Black or not?
I don't remember anymore.
Okay.
The bank don't have it. I don't have it.
We can show it to you. It's been admitted, but you were just on confusing check with money order.
Correct.
Okay.
See, when Miss Siner sent me the money orders, they were always several of them because they were a certain amount of money order you can get. Then you have to get sometimes 2 or 3 money orders if you make an amount up to $800. So maybe that was the confusing part when y'all showed it to me, and there was $300 that was the check from Mr. Black. Who would know best? I don't remember.
When we went down and got your money records that we previously shown you when you testified, the triggering event was just remembering it was Morris Black's check. And you got the call after that. Was that right?
That's correct. That's the triggering effect. That's what I remember exactly. It was right after. I said, why is he calling again?
And you are clear in your mind, at least today, that it was a check he had written on. It wasn't a cashier's check.
No, it wasn't a cashier's check. I don't remember if it was a cashier's check. I thought it was a check, the last check I had gotten from him.
Neither one of us want to suggest anything or put words in your mouth. But are you really comfortable today, in your testimony from Mr. DeGuerin, that it was after you received a cashier's check, or after you received a written check from Morris Black, or do you know for certain? Let me ask it that way.
Nothing is so certain in this life, but I do know it gets confusing sometimes when you said you have one thing and you have another thing, and then you are telling me you have the phone records of my home, and it's not a fact that you do have it. And I said, well, why don't you check the phone record? You will know exact time when he called.
And we are checking the phone records. We have gone to the court and asked for a court order to get some more phone records, okay?
I cannot swear to anything I am not sure of.
And we don't want you to. That's all.
Then you get my answer.
Okay. All right, I will ask you once again then. After the check, you received that check on which date then? What was your testimony? August? The deposit date was?
I was told the last time I was here. I am not good in dates, and I didn't think it was my responsibility to be good in dates because I am not a defendant here.
Yes, sir.
What I was giving you, to the best of my recollection, what I thought at the time.
Okay. And you agree your testimony you gave Mr. DeGuerin on your deposit date was accurate, right?
Unless you have other records that show me I am mistaken.
Not at all, Mr. Dillmann. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Dillmann. Sorry we had to get you back down here.
Please introduce the next
Yes, Your
section.
Honor. First, as a housekeeping matter, we do have exhibits that we need to identify for purposes of Mr. Dillmann's Galveston testimony. We have a two-page exhibit stipulation sheet, which I'd like to mark as People's 185. And we have, well, first of all, there are a few exhibits that were mentioned that neither the prosecution or the defense have. Those are the original lease agreements, which were identified as States Exhibits 1 and 2, as well as the defense diagram and scale model, which were identified as Defense Exhibits 7 and 8. So those we do not have.
And is the absence of those exhibits noted in People's 185?
It is not.
All right, well, the jury can just take note of that those exhibits just aren't available any longer.
States Exhibit 3, which was referenced in the transcript, will now be People's 185A. It's a one-page document, a letter. What was identified as States Exhibit 4, it's another one-page letter, is now People's 185B. What was identified as States Exhibit 5, a one-page letter, is now 185C. And what was identified as States 150, which is 331 pages containing bank records of Klaus Dillmann, that'll now be People's 185D. And the next witness, Your Honor, is going to be the Galveston testimony of Michael Ogden.
Before we do that?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a stipulation.
It's only a few sentences. What is the next exhibit?
186.
Okay, may I mark this as People's 186?
Yeah.
Original stipulation 29.
Okay.
Will you stipulate as follows? Dorothy Steiner, new defendant Robert Durst,
because they were classmates at Scarsdale High School in New York in 1957. Ms. Steiner has never been to Galveston, Texas, has never given defendant permission to use her identity, and had no knowledge that he ever did. She never signed any rental contract to rent any apartment at 2213 Avenue K in Galveston. She also does not know Klaus Dillmann and never signed or purchased any money orders payable to Klaus Dillmann. Nor did she ever author any notes or letters to Klaus Dillmann. So stipulated?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so for Michael Ogden, Your Honor, we have his testimony from October 7th of 2003. The original prosecutor, Kirk Sistrunk, that portion will be read by Benjamin Hariri. Michael Ogden's testimony will be read by Wendy Pham. Mr. Chesnoff is now going to channel Chip Lewis. And because it's a short transcript,
I'm going to buff up here.
Since it's a short transcript, we're going to ask the prosecutor, Benjamin Hariri, to read the portion of Judge Susan Chris and just identify that portion before.
All right.
You guys come up? I'm sorry, it was Mr. Joel Bennett was the prosecutor, not Mr. Sistrunk. Thank you.
I'm as Mr. Bennett and as the court. Mr. Bennett says.
Okay, you'll need to really project.
That's
that microphone goes. Yes, you have to actually project with your lungs and your diaphragm.
Michael Ogden, and as the court, you may be seated. And I'm going to be continuing as Mr. Bennett. May I proceed, Your Honor? Response.
And you probably still need to speak up even louder.
Okay.
Really loud.
Okay. Yes. Michael Ogden, having first been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. Please state your name for the record.
Michael Ogden,
And where do you live?
New Orleans, Louisiana.
And do you run a business there? What's your occupation?
I own a construction company and I also have property that I rent and lease.
Referring you back to March of 2001, did you have an apartment for lease in New Orleans?
I did.
And were you contacted by anybody about renting that apartment?
Yes, I was.
How were you contacted?
By phone.
Who contacted you?
The gentleman on the other end of the phone said that he was an assistant to the mute and was I open to renting my apartment to a handicapped woman approximately 50 years of age that was looking for an apartment in the area.
And how did you respond?
That of course I had no problem with that.
Your Honor, can we just inquire if the jury can hear? I'm a bad test. I can't hear.
I think just to be safe, if you'll speak directly into that microphone, you can pick that microphone up and move it a little bit closer to you.
Okay.
Also, still more volume in the prosecutor.
You can tip that microphone up.
This one?
Bend it.
Okay.
And pick it up and put it closer to you. Look at the jury, right, and read it to them while the microphone is near your mouth.
And how did you respond?
That of course I had no problem with that.
And did that person identify himself on the phone, give you a name?
I believe at that time they did say that the name was James or Jim Cortez.
What apartment did you have for lease at that point?
I had an apartment on General Pershing Street in New Orleans. The address is 2837A General Pershing.
And what did this phone call continue after you told him you didn't have a problem with renting in a mute?
He asked if 2 o'clock would be okay for an appointment with a lady that would like the apartment, the mute woman. And I said, no problem. I was there at 2 o'clock and so was she.
At 2 o'clock on, do you remember what day?
2 o'clock that afternoon.
Do you remember what day it was?
No, I believe it was around the 19th.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you?
Yes, I do.
If you need to, you can refer to it to assist you in your testimony.
On the statement, I say March 19th, and I'm pretty sure that was the day.
And once you met at 2 o'clock on March 19th of 2001, what transpired there with the mute woman?
I met a mute woman there by the name of Diane Wynn. She communicated with me by writing on a legal pad, asked questions about the neighborhood. We looked at the apartment, what day the trash was picked up, what the neighborhood was like, and would I mind if she had an alarm installed, and then proceeded to tell me that she would like to rent the apartment.
Did you execute a lease on that day?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? Court responds, yes. Let me show you what's been marked for identification as states 175. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is this a copy of the lease that you executed on that day?
It is.
Offer states 157 and tender to opposing counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court response, it's admitted. On the top of states 175, what's the date that's noted there?
The 1st of April.
And the parties?
Myself and Diane Wynn.
And the address?
2837 General Pershing, A.
In New Orleans.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
And what was the start date of this lease?
April 1st, 2001.
And it was for a term of what?
1 year.
So it would go through March 30th of 2002.
That is correct.
And the rent for the apartment?
The rent for the apartment was $650. It says $750 reduction if the rent is paid on or before the 1st of the month. So in other words, I do things differently. I don't put a late fee. I give a deduction in rent if it's paid on time.
And then on the second page, did you witness Miss Wynn sign?
That is correct, yes.
And it was also dated March 19th?
That is correct.
When you met Miss Wynn, did you notice anything that you thought was unusual?
Well, yes. It was clear that Miss Wynn was a man.
And what was Miss Wynn wearing?
A pair of bell-bottom blue jeans and some sort of blouse, a mousy brown wig, and I believe tennis shoes, some lipstick.
Anything that is the only time that you met the person holding themselves out to be Diane Wynn?
That is correct.
Had you ever met or did you ever have any contact again with this Jim Cordes or James Cordes?
I left a note on the door on the 2nd day of October. It was very strange that the rent would be late. I left a note on the door, you know. I don't remember what it said. Probably, is there any problem, etc. and so forth. I believe on the 7th or maybe the 3rd, I got a phone call from the assistant to the mute again, Mr. Cordes, telling me that the rent would be in my mailbox shortly, and the following day, I believe it was.
After you received the rent, what was the next contact you had about this apartment?
I received a note in my mailbox on or before the 10th of October stating that her plans had changed, that she was leaving New Orleans suddenly, and that please keep the furniture in the apartment in lieu of breaking the lease.
May I approach, Your Honor? The court responds, yes. Let me show you what's marked for identification as states 176. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is that a copy of the note that you received?
Yes, it is.
I offer states 176.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court responds, admitted. If you would, read the note into the record, please.
Michael Ogden, my plans have changed suddenly, and I'm leaving New Orleans. I will not be back. Please keep furniture as payment, sort of, for breaking the lease. Diane Wynn.
Your Honor, the state would offer what's been marked as states 174. These are certified copies of business records filed by the defense in this case.
No objection.
The court responds, admitted. Mr. Ogden, let me show you what's been admitted as states 174. On the third page here, what's the name on these records or on these phone records?
James Cordes.
Is that the same name as the assistant that called you?
That is correct.
And for what address?
Apartment A, 2837 General Pershing Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70115.
And this is the apartment that you leased to Diane Wynn?
That is correct.
After you received the note, did you go into the apartment?
Yes, I did.
Were there still, as the note says, some things left in the apartment?
The apartment was strange in ways. There was, just enough to survive. There was bed, sheets, one towel, one piece of soap, just a few cooking utensils, a pot, a pan, and so on. But yes, it was an apartment that looked like it had been furnished quickly.
But there were some other items that were left in there besides furniture.
That's true.
May I approach, Your Honor? Court responds, yes. Let me show you what's been marked for identification as States 88. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the items that was left in the apartment?
Yes, it is.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification as States 89. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the things that was left in the apartment?
Yes, it is.
Did you turn these over to the Galveston Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And who did you turn them over to?
Detective Cody, I believe that's correct. I don't know if that's his first or last name, but
Cody Cazales. Sound familiar?
That sounds very familiar. That's correct.
A tall guy with the burr haircut?
That's correct.
How did it come to you that you were in contact with Cody?
I called the police department.
Why did you call the Galveston Police Department?
Well, I was on vacation, and after I had rented this apartment, I had spoken to my mother and explained that, it was unusual that I would rent this apartment to this Diane Wynn. And, after a comical conversation, we just let it go. I was on vacation and received a phone call from her saying that, when you have a chance, please go pick up a People's Magazine. I think it's the person that rented the apartment from you.
Did you look at the People's Magazine?
I certainly did.
Did you see a picture in there?
I did.
Did you recognize that person as anybody you had dealt with?
It was Diane Wynn, less the wig.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point out to him and tell me what he is wearing?
He is wearing a navy jacket and a blue shirt.
May the record reflect that he has identified the defendant. The court responds, it will. Other than giving a statement, would that conclude your involvement with the case?
I believe so.
No further questions. The court responds, all right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good.
How do you like Galveston?
It's very nice, thank you.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification as Defendants Exhibit 35 and 36 and ask you, Mr. Ogden, if you recognize those.
I do. This is the apartment, the front door of the apartment.
And 36, Defendants 36?
That's a picture of the house.
Okay. Is that basically a fair and accurate depiction of how the house looked on March of the 19th of 2001?
It looks like that today.
I would offer Defendants 35 and 36 and tender to Mr. Bennett, Your Honor.
No objection.
Court said it's admitted. May I show the jury, Your Honor? Court says yes. When did you take over this place on General Pershing?
Probably a year, I'm guessing. But I would say a year before I rented it to Diane Wynn. It's a rough guesstimate as to when I purchased that house.
And you are pretty familiar with the area.
Very.
Are you familiar with what's depicted in Defendants Exhibit 37?
I know exactly where this is. I do business here myself.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the location in the picture?
Absolutely. It looks just like that today.
We would offer Defendants Exhibit 37, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted. Mr. Ogden, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is depicted in Defendants 37?
It's a picture of Parcels and Posts, which is a business in the uptown area of New Orleans that provides private mailboxes and ships and receives packages. It sells wrapping paper and cards and stuff.
A place that would be capable of sending a FedEx package.
Absolutely.
Now, how long have you been in Louisiana?
For 42 years, all my life.
You're pretty familiar with New Orleans?
Very.
You didn't have any problem figuring out that Diane Wynn was not a woman?
I had no problem figuring out that Diane was not a woman.
And that didn't pose any problems to you as far as whether you're going to rent this apartment or anything like that?
I live in New Orleans.
The brief interaction you had with both Diane Wynn and Mr. Cortez, is it fair to say they were pleasant?
Yeah.
Ms. Wynn was polite when she wrote you and spoke to her.
Yes.
Mr. Cortez was polite and responsive at any requests you might have had.
Yes.
All in all, before you received this note, I'm so sorry, everybody. Before you received this note, you would say Miss Wynn was a pretty good tenant.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ogden. Court says anything else?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may be excused. Thank you. You might have to find a new defense lawyer.
All right, is this, Mr. Miata, was that courts, are these labeled sequentially? So that would be courts 8?
Yeah, so we haven't actually marked it yet, but yes, this would be courts 8. The transcript would be courts 8. And we have a 2-page stipulation sheet for this testimony, which we'd like marked for identification as People's 187 next in order. And we have what was referenced in the transcript that states 174. That'll be now People's 187A. It's a 5-page document. We have what was referenced as states 175. That's a 2-page document, which will now be People's 187B. We had what was referenced as states 176, a 1-page handwritten note, which will now be People's 187C. We have Defense 35, it's a 1-page photograph, which is now People's 187D. Defense 36, a 1-page photograph, which is now People's 187E. And we have Defense 37, a 1-page photograph, which is now People's 187F. And again, there was reference to People's 88 and 89, which are exhibits that the people and the defense do not have.
All right, thank you. Now you have another short transcript, which is going to be courts 9.
Yes, that's going to be for Ted Hanley. And that's going to be, the transcript is marked as courts 9. And for that we have the testimony of Ted Hanley, which was given in Galveston on October 13th, 2003. The part of the prosecutor Kirk Sistrunk will be read by Michelle Cornelius. Ted Hanley's testimony will be read by Cameron Young, and the prosecutor Cameron Young to read the portions of the court, if any. You guys can come up.
Do you want a law student designated as defense lawyer? You don't
I'll
have to
give
read
it
it.
I'll give it a whirl. I'm okay, Your Honor. I don't know if it's a heat or something. Does the clerk have a tissue?
The court did have tissue.
Oh, I got some here. Thank you.
Yes. Do we need to? No, she's the prosecutor.
And do bring the microphone near. Tip it out towards your mouth, speak right into it. It's okay for your observer to make sure you've got that near you. That's good.
It's not indicated here in the transcript, but I believe this is the court saying, you can call your next witness. Mr. Sistrunk, the state calls Ted Hanley. Ted Hanley was called as a witness by the state. and having first duly sworn, assumed the witness stand and upon examination testifies as follows. Sir, would you please state your full name for the record, please?
Ted Hanley.
And how are you employed?
I am the executive director of the Jesse Tree, a nonprofit organization here in Galveston.
And what type of activities is the Jesse Tree involved in?
It's a faith-based organization that coordinates assistance for people that are uninsured or poor.
And the clientele that you serve, then, any particular city, or are you limited to or location or all of Galveston County?
Galveston County and Brazoria County.
How long has your organization been in existence?
Since 1995.
Is this a family business? Is this a family-run business, or how is this thing operated?
I use my family as volunteers, but this is a nonprofit 501c3 corporation.
I'm showing you what's been introduced as Defendant's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize this individual?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Yes, I do.
and who do you know this to be?
Morris Black.
Can you tell us, please, how you came to be introduced to Morris Black?
One of the outreach programs of the Jesse Tree is a Saturday morning outreach to the homeless population, and I met Mr. Black when he approached me one Sunday morning to recommend that I look into purchasing reading glasses from a website that he had found to be able to provide eyeglasses for poor people.
Let me interrupt you there. Do you have any real recollection about what time frame we are talking about? What year this might have been, or month?
I met him in January of 2001.
And how soon after that initial meeting did he come to you with the eyeglass program?
Well, I saw him every Saturday morning, and he had approached me sometime in January, and we met and discussed the idea several times between January and March.
Let me ask you, we will come back to the eyeglass program, but how long of a time frame did you know him then from January 2001 up until when?
Until he died.
Did you feel like you got to know him pretty well or not?
I did.
Did Mr. Black seem to have purpose in his dealings with you?
In our dealings, he was very focused. He wanted to do something to help poor people in the community and was very interested in pursuing the idea of providing these reading glasses to people who couldn't afford them.
At least in your dealings with him personally, did you know him to have a quick temper or a lot of patience?
I got to know him quite well, and I observed him having a quick temper on a number of occasions, but I also got to know him well enough to know that he also had a good sense of humor, and he was very opinionated, but he was also very concerned about the community and about the people he wanted to help.
Let me ask you regarding his physical attributes. How did he appear to you physically?
He was always dressed casually, relaxed. He usually wore walking shorts and a hat, like a fishing hat, kind of very casual.
How about his physical health? How did he appear to you? Physically fit or someone who is not physically fit? Muscle tone, no muscle tone, those kinds of things?
I regarded him as an elderly person, a retired person. He walked quite a bit, but there were 2 occasions in the time that I knew him where he actually appeared not to feel well. And I actually talked to him and asked him whether he felt well because he was leaning against a building and seemed not to be feeling well.
These 2 occasions that you remember seeing him, I guess, not feeling well, or what you were accustomed to, do you remember what months those might have been?
I believe the first time was in the late spring of 2001, and the second time was during the summer of 2001.
Back to the eyeglasses that you mentioned earlier. Did he initially seek out your help? Is that your testimony?
Yes, he approached me and showed me a printout. He apparently did research on the communities at the Rosenberg Library, and he showed me that he had discovered how to purchase these reading glasses in bulk, and he wanted me to use some of the money from the Jesse Tree to purchase the glasses. And even though it looked like a really good deal, I just didn't have that kind of cash. It was somewhere around $5,000 to purchase the glasses in bulk. I talked to him, and told him without having seen the product, I really wouldn't want to spend donors' money on something that I hadn't seen. And at that time, he told me he had approached the people at Our Daily Bread.
Once you answer the question I ask you, it's time to stop, okay? If there's something else to be said, both of us will have an opportunity to re-ask you questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. Did you make a decision to participate in the eyeglasses venture or not?
I didn't invest anything in it.
Do you have personal knowledge as to whether or not Mr. Black actually followed through on those plans to get those glasses?
Yes, he came and then showed me some of the glasses that he had purchased.
Were you involved in any way with the distribution of those glasses?
Yes, on Saturday morning he joined with the group that I work with to provide medical care for the homeless, and he distributed glasses while people lined up to see medical people.
And do you remember the name of that group that you are referring to?
It's the Luke Society Medical Mission Group.
So did you actually see him passing out glasses then?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about his behavior at certain times when he's passing these glasses out? Did you see anything that caused you concern?
Just one time.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you saw the one time?
He'd given somebody a pair of glasses. It says paper here.
We agreed we could repair it.
He'd given somebody a pair of glasses, and then when the person took out a pack of cigarettes, he asked for the glasses back. Said if a person had money to buy cigarettes, they should buy their own glasses. And he argued with the person.
Is it a verbal argument or a physical argument that you witnessed?
Verbal.
Do you remember any other places around town that you might see him, or are there other places that you might see him?
I saw him frequently around town. He walked, and I would see him walking downtown. He frequently visited the Jesse Tree, and I saw him at other medical service events, or social service events.
And in the city of Galveston, where is the Jesse Tree located?
2622 Market Street.
For those of us who might not live in Galveston, is that anywhere close, though, 2213 Avenue K?
It's walking distance.
When you would see him out and about town, do you recall seeing him with any other individuals?
No.
Would you characterize him as one to be alone, or did he have a lot of friends?
I always saw him alone.
Do you remember how long this eyeglass project lasted that he started?
Probably 3 months.
Did he donate any of the glasses to your organization?
Yes.
Do you still have some?
Yes.
How many glasses are we talking about?
Close to 5,000 pairs.
Again, without saying whatever specifically he might have said, did he ever share with you any personal concerns about his health or anything else? That's a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, well, do you have a personal recollection as to when the eyeglass project ended? What month?
In about May of 2001, he donated the remaining glasses to the Jesse Tree so that could be distributed there.
And again, that program started, to your recollection, in January?
No, in about March.
In about March, okay. At that point in March, this program ended in May. Did you still consider yourself someone who knew him pretty well?
Yes, I continued to see him every Saturday. He still continued to visit the clinic on Saturday morning.
Did you note any change in his demeanor? Again, without saying anything he might have told you, did you note any change in his demeanor after that eyeglass project that ended?
Not in particular.
Okay. Did you at any time counsel with him on any issues, again, without saying what the issues might have? But did you counsel him on any issues?
The 2 times that I saw him, he appeared to be ill. He told me that.
Not what he said.
I told him.
What did you instruct him?
I told him I thought I could find somebody that would counsel him and could help him.
Okay. And what type of person were you trying to find for him?
I thought either counselor or minister or someone that he could talk to.
Can you recall with any recollection what month that might have been in 2001?
Late spring 2001 and early August.
Other than the eyeglasses, did Morris Black ever come to you again with any other type of project or offer any type of assistance?
Yes, he approached me because he had read in the paper that the Jesse Tree was interested in buying a building and told me that he knew someone who might be able to make a loan to the Jesse Tree.
Did he ever give you a name of this individual that he thought could help you out?
No.
Are we talking about an 8x8 storage bin that you could buy at a hardware store, or are you talking about a huge building? What were you looking for?
We were looking at a building, a couple $100 building.
Did you take Mr. Black seriously when he told you he knew somebody that might help you out?
I told him if someone was interested in helping the Jesse Tree, they should contact me in my office.
Do you remember receiving a visit from someone soon thereafter that made you think back to this conversation with Morris?
Yes.
And how long after that conversation with Mr. Black did you have a visit from an individual?
Within 2 weeks.
And would you describe that person for us that came? I guess you tell us, where did they come to visit you, with you?
A person had visited the Jesse Tree who had told us...
Please listen to my question. Where did the person come and visit you within 2 weeks after speaking with Morris Black? What location?
At the Jesse Tree.
Okay. Do you know if that person asked for you specifically or not?
No.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to that person?
Yes, I did.
What is it, a male or a female?
A male.
And how would you describe that person's physical appearance?
Disheveled and kind of appeared like a homeless person and presented himself as mute.
Did you try to talk to that person as a mute then?
I did.
And how did you try to communicate with that person?
With American Sign Language.
And what response did you get when you started using American Sign Language?
I spoke and asked, "Are you deaf?" And the person shook his head and motioned to step into our resource room.
Were you able to communicate with this person in another area of the building?
Yes, we sat in the resource room and talked.
Do you recall whether or not that person had on any glasses?
He was wearing glasses that had wide adhesive tape over them.
And when you say over them, what areas of the glasses had wide adhesive tape over them?
Over both of the lenses obscuring the eyes.
Not just wrapped around the frame, but fully over the lens itself?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we have to say yes or no for the record.
Yes.
Did the person identify himself?
No.
Did you ever at any point recognize this individual? Had this person ever been to your Jesse Tree before that you recall?
No.
Did you at some point later recognize the person as being the one who had visited you?
When I saw a photograph after Mr. Durst was arrested, and I read in the article about his having said he was mute,
Okay, Mr. Hanley, I'm sorry. Did you later at some point recognize the individual as having been the same one that visited you?
yes.
Okay. And when did that occur?
When I saw a picture of Mr. Durst in the newspaper.
And when you refer to Mr. Durst, are you referring to the man seated in my left in the blue sports jacket?
Yes.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. The court says it will.
No objection.
Was there any offer of support for your building?
No.
Was it a pleasant meeting or an unpleasant meeting that you had with Mr. Durst?
It was an unpleasant meeting.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Hanley, I take it since you met Morris Black in connection with this eyeglass deal, you knew him from approximately January 2001 until the late summer of 2001.
Yes.
So a period of about 7 or 8 months, is that right?
Yes.
And the last time you saw him, you have a recollection of when that was? Was it in August of 2001?
It was in August.
And that's when you counseled him and told him someone for him to go see for his problems.
I suggested that he let me.
Is this when you counseled him?
Yes.
And did you have the name of someone to go see?
No, he's not interested in talking.
I didn't ask you what he was interested in. Did you have a name of someone you suggested to him?
No.
You don't know whether he went to see that person or not, or anybody that you suggested?
No.
So what I'm hearing is you didn't suggest a person, you just said he needed to go get some counseling.
I asked him if he would be interested in counseling.
Is that the conversation in which you told him that people at the Jesse Tree had wanted to call the police on him?
No.
That happened earlier?
Yes.
And so we can be clear about it, it had been reported to you that he had created such a disturbance at the Jesse Tree that your people, the receptionist there, wanted to call the police.
Yes.
Right?
That was the same, oh, I'm sorry.
That was the same Morris Black that had offered these glasses to the homeless, right?
Yes.
Now about those glasses to the homeless, before we get back to the receptionist who wanted to call the police on him, you actually saw him passing out glasses from time to time, right?
Yes.
And it was did you go down to the Salvation Army here on Broadway and 23rd? Is that where that happened?
No.
Did you ever see him there at the Salvation Army? You know where the people hand out at Salvation Army?
Yes.
Did you ever see him there?
Yes.
Was he passing out glasses there?
Not when I saw him.
The time that you saw him pass out glasses, whenever he would see someone with cigarettes, or someone drinking for that matter, someone with a beer, he'd take the glasses back. Is that right?
One time I saw that.
Well, when you wrote out your statement for the police, you mentioned that he would take the glasses back if a person smoked, or if the person drank, or if the person wasn't grateful enough. That's what you told the police, wasn't it? Is that what you told the police?
I told them that when he donated the glasses, his instructions were that he wanted them to be given to people in need, not to people who could afford them such as, and I think he said loafers, people who drink and people who smoked.
No, smokers, drinkers, or freeloaders should get glasses, right? That's the way you put your words.
Right. Well, those were his words to me.
Well, and that's the way you described it to the police, correct?
Right.
And when you consider that usually homeless people that hang out at the Salvation Army, some people might call them freeloaders, might they?
Some people might.
Sure, you wouldn't because your life is dedicated to helping people in need, right?
Yes.
And the word freeloader didn't come from you. It came from Morris Black, who you passed on to, or the words you passed on to the police.
Right.
But so if we have an understanding then of what was going on, Morris Black would take these glasses down to people that looked like they were homeless or needed glasses. But if he thought they were freeloaders, or smoked, or drank, then he would take the glasses back. Is that what you said?
I just saw that happen one time.
Well, were his instructions not to let smokers, drinkers, or freeloaders have the glasses?
Yes, he wanted us to screen people.
Okay. Also, if someone asked him for more than one pair, he would refuse to give them even one pair, right?
I didn't see that.
Well, did you write in your statement when someone asked for 2 pairs of glasses, he would refuse to give them 1 pair?
I don't recall.
Have you read your statement that you gave to the police before you testified here today?
Yes.
In fact, did you read it just a little while ago?
I just glanced at it.
Okay, that's in your statement, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so the way you understood it, he would offer a pair of glasses to someone that looked homeless, but if they asked for 2 pairs of glasses, he wasn't giving them 1.
I didn't observe that.
They were your words.
Oh, okay.
You understood that to be his rule.
That may have been part of his instructions to me.
Well, would he get angry if he thought someone was trying to take advantage of his free glass product?
Yes.
And it didn't take much to get him angry, did it?
No.
In fact, you would characterize him as having a short fuse, wouldn't you?
Yes.
On one occasion, didn't you observe Morris Black throwing a fit when he thought someone had stolen his sack of glasses?
Yes, he was very upset.
Screaming and cussing and so forth.
Not cursing, but he was very upset and demanding. He thought somebody had taken a bag of the glasses.
And he was just raising Cain, using a nice word with the folks around, accusing people of stealing the glasses, right?
He was looking for the bag and he thought somebody might have taken them, but he had dropped them.
Right. But so the jury can understand it wasn't just, well, now I wonder where those glasses went. Did you take them? It was a bad scene, wasn't it?
It was.
Until a child walked up to him and said, "Sir, are these yours?"
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yes.
Now, Morris Black could be pretty abrupt with people, couldn't he?
Yes, sir.
Pretty short with people.
Yes.
And he had a habit of repeating himself time after time after time, correct?
Yes.
And that could be pretty irritating, couldn't it?
Yes.
I realize probably your patient goes a lot farther than a lot of people just from your good works that you do, but there were people that would become very upset with the way Morris would treat them. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he didn't seem to have any fear on the size of the people that he would pick arguments with. I mean, he would pick an argument with a fellow twice his size, wouldn't he?
I didn't ever observe that.
You did observe that he walked. You would see him all over Galveston, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you noticed that because you knew who he was and recognized him if you saw him on the seawall or someplace else walking around Galveston.
Yes, sir.
And it's true, isn't it, that you would see him all over Galveston.
Yes.
And he seemed to walk at a brisk pace, even though he walked with a slight limp. He walked at a brisk pace, didn't he?
Yes.
And he would carry what looked like shopping bags and swinging as he was carrying them, shopping bags in both hands.
I recall on a couple of times carrying bags. I don't recall him swinging bags.
On one occasion, did he get angry with you because you took him home and wanted to come inside?
Not angry.
Upset?
He was upset. He told me he would...
It wasn't part of the deal that you get to come in my house. That's what he said, wasn't it?
Right.
But you said he said it in a loud and aggressive and an irritating way, didn't he?
Sharp.
I mean, so the jury can understand that you had given him a ride to his house. Was it the house over on Avenue K?
Yes, sir.
2213 Avenue K?
Yes, sir.
It's a fairly well-kept little neighborhood, isn't it?
Yes.
Not high rent by any means, but nice appearing from the front. Low rent meaning not much money, but a nice-looking place, correct?
Yes.
And you did him a favor by driving him home.
I took him so we could pick up the eyeglasses. He was donating them to the Jesse tree.
And you started to get out and go with him.
Yes.
And he turned to you, "It's not part of the deal not to come in my house," something like that.
Yes, he was very sharp.
Now, there was a situation that occurred at the Jesse tree where Morris came and demanded to get the website that he had given you for these low-cost glasses, right?
Yes.
He became so demanding with the receptionist and the person, all these volunteers, aren't they?
Volunteers and employees.
That he became so aggressive and so upset with the receptionist began getting fearful and telling him if he didn't leave, she was going to call the police, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I apologize, ladies.
Dramatic effect
ladies.
is good, but it's
Yeah,
a little
no,
too fast.
I know that. She's our hero, Your Honor. We
Okay.
appreciate her.
Be nice to her.
He's into this caution on her.
Pretty good. It concerned you that had happened, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you seek out Morris Black and confront him? Maybe confront is too strong a word, particularly with your own personality. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way at all. Perhaps confront is too strong a word. You sought him out and you wanted to set some boundaries so that kind of conduct wouldn't happen again.
Yes, I saw him the following Saturday.
And what you told him was that you didn't want that kind of disruption occurring at the Jesse tree where you had your volunteers and your employees.
Yes.
Rather than apologize, he did not apologize, did he?
No, he didn't.
Now, were you aware that he did have some health problems and was getting treatment? In fact, even had an operation at the UTMB medical branch?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you aware that they had to physically remove him from there a couple of times?
No, I was not.
You're not surprised by that, are you?
No.
Were you aware that he, in fact, had to be tied down and restrained?
No.
With restraints because he was threatening people? That doesn't surprise you either, does it?
I'm not aware of the situation.
Now, I want to ask you this area about what Mr. Black said to you about someone who might help with your project. Actually, what he said was that he had met someone that he thought was very wealthy, right?
Yes.
He didn't tell you who it was, right? And didn't tell you how he had met him or how he knew, or figured out that this person was very wealthy, right?
No, he never indicated if it was a man or a woman. He just said a person.
And you connected that with a short time later with Bob Durst coming. You didn't know him as Bob Durst, of course, but Bob Durst coming into your place with these kind of bizarre-looking glasses on with tape on them, you put those two things together.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morris Black didn't tell you that whoever this person was, that Morris Black thought had a lot of money, was going to visit you, right?
No.
But in your mind, you thought that perhaps this person was going to test you, didn't you?
When the person asked me about services of Jesse Tree, I felt it was a test of how we provide our services.
You felt like it was one kind of disguising himself, checking out your operation and testing you. That's what?
Yes.
And that's what you concluded from that, right?
Yes.
And that whatever was being said was a test, not as a person's actual personality, right?
Yes.
But you never spoke to Morris Black about that again, did you?
No.
And you don't know what Morris Black has said to Bob Durst, if he did, to get him to come in and test you like that?
No, sir.
Do you? Now, I had asked you once before when the last time you saw Morris Black was, the same time as this time when you sought him out for, as I have called, the confrontation, and told him you had to set some boundaries to some parameters to the way he treated people there. This was or not the last time?
It was not the last time.
So can you give us any idea when, in the 8 months that you knew him from January until August, this incident was where the receptionist wanted to call the police?
That happened in about May or early June.
After the glasses program, as you call it, was over?
No, he had donated the glasses to the Jesse Tree in about May, and the incident was he came in inquiring about how many glasses had been given and wanting the website, as you indicate.
So the incident where he came in and made a scene with the receptionist was after he had given all those glasses to the Jesse Tree?
Yes, sir.
And basically what he was doing was coming in to check on that program and got upset about it.
He wanted the website, and he got upset because I wasn't there to give it to him.
Let me ask it this way. Did it have anything to do with the service in Japan?
No, sir.
You didn't hear anything about that?
No, sir.
Okay. And what was the last time you saw him when you suggested that he try to seek some counsel?
No, sir.
Okay. When was that in the sequence of the 8 months you knew him when you saw him and he had these problems and you told him to seek counsel?
Once in the late spring, probably May, once in the middle of August. I saw him several times after that.
When you say you saw him, you mean you saw him around or you had conversation with him?
He came down to the clinic on Saturday morning, and so I had a brief conversation with him a couple of times after that.
Okay, I believe that's all. Thank you.
Could I approach the witness, Your Honor? The court replies yes. Mr. Hanley, earlier testified that after Mr. Black had approached you about someone possibly being able to help you with money that was a couple of weeks later. Do you recognize this as your statement?
Yes.
I direct you to hear, and whichever is the direct answer. I just want to know, was it a couple weeks or a couple of days later that you had a visit from the defendant?
It was a couple of days later.
Okay. When Mr. Durst came to visit you that day, did you ask him for identification?
No, sir.
May I approach? The court replies yes. Do you recall when you gave this statement? Was it back in November of 2001?
Yes.
Let me direct you to this portion of the statement. Whatever the correct answer is fine, but does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you asked him for identification or not?
Yes, the receptionist had initially asked.
Just the answer.
Yes.
Why is it significant? Why do you have to ask him for identification?
It's part of the application process.
So you were preparing, in fact, to offer him something, were you not?
Yes.
And what were you preparing to offer Mr. Durst when he came to your Jesse Tree that day?
He asked for assistance with the gas, for gas money.
Okay. And what was your response to that request for money?
That we did not provide cash, that we provided vouchers.
And is it your procedures of not giving a voucher unless a person provided some form of identification?
Yes, we verify need and ask for an application.
And when you offered a voucher instead of cash, what was Mr. Durst's response?
He asked how long it would take to be able to get a voucher.
Okay. May I approach the witness again? The court replies yes. Again, directing you to the last page of your statement, specifically to this portion, you earlier testified, did you not, that this was an unpleasant meeting that you had with Mr. Durst. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us what his response was to you when you informed him that he could receive a voucher?
He said, is this the kind of place that just gives you the runaround?
That's not what your statement says, is it, Mr. Hanley?
No, it was the goddamn runaround.
So, this is one of those goddamn places that gives you the runaround.
Yes.
And what was your response? Do you recall, or do you need to see your statement?
No, I responded that we didn't give people the runaround. We prevented them from having to run around by coordinating resources and getting the churches to assist people from our organization.
Is that what you were referring to when you were requested on cross-examination, when you thought might have been a test?
Yes.
Okay. Did he complete the application for a voucher?
No.
Did you at any time ask him to come back?
Yes. I suggested that he check back with me, give me some time to call the churches about a gas voucher.
Did he return or not?
No.
Pass the witness. The court asks any more questions.
It's the nature of, if I may put it this way, your profession, the business that you are in of helping people, then even when you felt you were being tested by a man that was being unpleasant with you and who used curse words, you told him to come back later and you would help him, right?
Yes, sir.
And while this was going on, you felt like this was a test of your patience, a test of what you did at the Jesse Tree, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
The court says anything further?
Did Morris Black ever share with you any type of fascination with handguns?
No, sir.
Did you ever physically threatened by Morris Black?
No, sir.
No further questions.
You can certainly understand how some people, without your sort of peaceful personality, might feel threatened by Morris Black and his demeanor and the way he treated people, can't you?
Verbally, yes.
Thank you, that's all. Court says anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. The court says you are excused.
All right, Mr. Miata, thank you very much.
Second. Mr. Miata, that you have exhibits to mark?
Yes, Your Honor. There's the one-page stipulation for the exhibit for Ted Hanley's Galveston testimony, which we'd like marked for identification as People's 188. And there was one exhibit reference, which is Defense 19 in the transcript, which is now going to be marked as People's 188A.
All right, so we'll pick up with this tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, a reminder, it's a short day. We'll be here in the morning only. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, we'll get started. Have a good evening.